Hello everyone, welcome here. The menu looks a little bit dark. That's because it's night out. This is how dark nights are going to be. And also you may notice this is Novice and everything looks frozen. Yeah, let's talk about the mods, why don't we? So we have the base mods, of course. And then we have the star of the show. Frozen Novice. It makes Novice look like this, with ice and snow everywhere. And also, it imports that you must have heat pipes next to your machines to make them run. Mechanic from a kilo. So, we're going to need to worry about heating our machines from the very start of the game. Then we have mini trains, which featured in the first Alone in the Dark. And we have a mod to make it so that mini trains can be researched a little earlier than normal, which did not feature in the first Alone in the Dark, but will be very useful, I believe. Thank you very much for the subscription, Dread. 39 months. That is a substantial amount of time. Greatly appreciate it. We have a mod that brings cliff explosives back to Navis because we're going to need cliff explosives for reasons we'll get into later. Night challenge, which just makes it eternally night. Personal burner generator, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to use power armor until very late in the game. Because obviously solar is a non-starter when it's perpetual night. And small electric pole, no wood, which makes it so the electric poles are crafted with iron instead of wood. Which is going to be very important because there will be no trees. Let's go ahead and create our world. Okay, space age free play. Okay, I wish there was a preset that was Real World with standard biters, but I think we can go turn that back on by just taking this. Okay, time factor is 40 instead of 20 by default. Let's do somewhere in between. Enemy expansion on. Resources, I want real world richness and size and frequency changes. That seems reasonable. Everything else will be left alone, I believe. Let's preview the map. Oh yeah, no wait, not everything else can be left alone. There's other changes you need to make. Okay, first of all, water. No. How about none? Let's see. Oh yeah, just untick that. Derp. Okay. And then moisture. Boom. Turn that way down. Okay, what exactly does... Yeah, okay. Then, no trees. I wonder why moisture and starting area moisture are different. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Because we're going to have... The only water is going to be this little pool in the starting area. Okay, that does not seem to change the starting area pool size. Okay. Cliffs frequency cranked up. We'll leave it like that. I'm not overly fond of this map. Flip through a few quick. I kind of wish... I'm gonna have to change the starting area size, aren't I? That's changing nothing about the cliffs. Okay. Yeah. Apparently it's hard-coded you can't have cliffs too close to you, which I don't appreciate. Also, the cliff algorithm is completely different from what it used to be, and I don't like the way it's rings and rings upon each other. I think you might have to lower the frequency a little bit. So it's not quite so extreme. Have that crank continuity way down. That just makes them really short. Okay. Yeah, this isn't doing quite what I hoped it would. I don't like the new cliff generator. I don't think there's any way to generate cliffs inside the starting area. That doesn't seem to do anything useful. Okay. That just changes terrain styles. If I do that, ground's much more patchy. You already turned water off, so this isn't a big deal. Well, actually, it kind of is a big deal. I want there to be no grass. Anyway. That actually looks kind of cool right there. There's the starting area water. Okay, so in the original Alone in the Dark, we didn't have water starting area, or we didn't have water in the starting area at all. That was completely disabled. Instead, we had water pumped out of the ground with pump jacks from oil field-like resource areas. However, all the mods that do that, there's at least 2 or 3 I found, but none of them are updated to 2.0. So, alas, we're just going to have to pump our water out of a pond like a peasant or something. I think the other changes will more than make up for that. Okay. I think that this is going to have to do. The cliffs aren't quite what I wanted, but it seems like we can't get that anymore with the new cliff generation. Okay. Easier evolution. Yeah, I did 30 instead of 40. You know what? Let's go to 40. Just leave it in default. I don't really care. Alright. It is, as you can see, pitch black and very snowy. Oh, and I turned the minimap off because that was a good idea. Alright. Now, where are our resources? Water is north of us, everything else is south of us. Everything's in tight little clusters, so that's going to help immensely. There are biters right over there and right over there. And we're going to be pissing them off in very short order because there are no trees to consume our pollution. Additionally, heat pipes are way cheaper than normal. And let's take a look at the research tree. I forgot to turn on research queue. No, research queue's on by default. That's right. Okay. Steam power is a research done by crafting iron plates, and that gets us the heating tower. So we will be able to build heating towers early, which is going to be of critical importance. Because if our heat goes down, well, it's going to be kind of hard to run any machinery. Electric poles take 5 iron plates and 2 copper cables, which is a little expensive, but that's just what we're going to have to live with. We're going to have to bum rush gun turrets and military research as soon as we can to stay alive because of the pollution. But for now, let's mine some coal. There's not a whole lot of reason to zoom out very much in this game mode because I can't see shit anyway. And there's also not much reason to set up a coal miner yet because, well, it'll suck up too much coal to heat it for now. Yeah. What I'll probably end up doing is setting up a coal mine facing straight into a heat tower and use that for early heat for around this area. I don't have any wiring or anything to control the heat, so it'll just burn uncontrollably, but well, I suppose that's the price you pay for maintaining warmth. We don't want to freeze after all. And we're going to run a second heating tower up north at the water pond. Keep our pipes unfrozen. Alright. Copper's just south. Okay, iron's just beside the copper over there. And stone is right here. Alright. Let's set up a miner, a furnace, and a heating tower. I think the heating tower will be able to heat both of these, but I'm not actually sure. We'll place it like that and see what happens. Alright, you get half the fuel, you get half the fuel, you get half the fuel, and I'm gonna go mine coal. Anyway. Thank you very much for the follow, Carly Flower. Greatly appreciate it. Okay. Doesn't take much heat to keep this running. Alright, let's see. What do I need to get going first? Well, we just need to keep making iron until we research steam power. I guess is the first priority. And then we need to start mining copper. We're going to need a lot more copper in the early game than normal because of heat pipes. Thankfully the mod does take pity on us and reduce heat pipe cost to 2 copper instead of like 20 or whatever it is in the default base game. Otherwise that'd be kind of brutal. Okay, temperature's staying up reasonably well. Let's go ahead and mine some iron or stone. Get ourselves a second furnace. And then we can mine copper and start dumping it into the second furnace. I don't know. Does a stone furnace even need to be heated? It doesn't seem to. Oops, get out of there, you. That's the only wood we'll ever have access to. At least for a long time to come. Well, I don't know. We probably can't even grow wood. I suppose we could get wood if we left the planet, but we're not going to be leaving the planet. Not like that anyway. Okay. Steam power is researched, electronics researched. Nice. We need to craft a lab to get the automation pack available. Okay. So we can make more heating towers now, which is immense. Okay, the lab needs 10 electronic circuits, 10 gear wheels, 4 transport belts. Means we need more iron. Means I need to get more furnaces. Partially so I can build more miners. I kind of don't want to build more mining drills like that. Although electric mining drills are a researchable thing now. Just slightly annoying. So we probably should build some. At least we can move the heating tower over here and then make out some. Yeah, we need to get heat pipes going. Okay, let's mine more copper. We need to get automated copper, automated iron, and automated coal so that we can produce more heat pipes and such like relatively quickly. And while the biter settings are default, there's nothing to consume our pollution, so as we grow, we're going to very rapidly start running into fun. how are we doing on fuel? Okay for now. Okay, let's get some heat pipes. Find some more coal. And then the next thing we need to build, that should be enough heat pipes depending on where I put the tower. This can be a very interesting run. Okay, heating tower is probably going to go somewhere here. So let's just say that we put it... I kind of want it equidistant amongst the main resources. So we'll just say that we put it here and right there is the connection for the heat pipe. That means we'll run that over there. Okay, a couple more heat pipes should be plenty to get over to here for the copper. Alright, build another burner mining drill. Now, the other big problem we're going to have is belts. We can build them. But okay, we need more coal so we can move that heating tower. I'm not sure how much heat it has to provide just to keep things from freezing, if it's any amount of heat. Kind of seems like it. So it should be fairly efficient to keep the base running. We're going to need a rush circuit at work so I can control heating tower temperature without having to manually feed it fuel all the time. Okay, you're coming with me. Boom. Okay, that's frozen. Yeah, temperature. We need more coal. There's snow in this game? If you mod it, there is. There is a planet that you reach fairly late that is all icy. This mod imports those mechanics to the beginning of the game. What mod does this? It's called Frozen Novice, I believe. Okay, hopefully that'll get our system temperature up high enough to get things running, and indeed it does. Okay, good. It's not going to stay that way for long, so let's mine more. Also, can I build another miner? Yes, I can. Alright. I need to get a miner over here mining coal, so I don't have to do it manually. Matter of fact, I would like to have two miners mining coal so I can face into each other. So we'll grab some stone real quick. So the thing that's actually going to make this super challenging is not just keeping everything from freezing over, although that will definitely be a challenge. It's also going to be the biter attacks that will happen later. The biters are of vanilla difficulty, but there's no trees to absorb pollution, so I turn those off. So we're going to be attacked relatively quickly and a lot. Which means getting some defenses built is a high priority. Which means I need to start working on getting that lab built so we can start doing research. Okay, there we go. Lab ordered. Put a little bit of coal on the miner to get it kick-started. Alright, basic resources automated. We'll just have to grab coal out of the miners, stuff them into the heating tower occasionally to keep the heat up, stuff them into these miners and furnaces to keep basic resources rolling in. Okay, so the first actual resource we're going to go for... Oh, automation's the right choice probably, but also gun turrets are better to have them and not need them than need them and not have them. Go ahead and put this... Oh, we're going to need power to run that, aren't we? Okay. Well, it's going to be a while before we can start research regardless. So... yeah, last time I experimented with Bob's mod was... oh, eons ago. Back long before 1.0. Okay. So we need stone for a boiler. Actually, how many boilers do I need? I need to make a heating tower too. I'm gonna need 3 boilers and 10 stone brick. Okay. This could be a lot of resources actually. Because there's no way I'm gonna run a heating pipe all the way up to the water pool. Anyway. Hello, Poison. Vin Diesel simulator mode. Yeah, welcome to the frozen hellhole. Where it is very dark. And it's not going to get any brighter either. Okay. Here's my 3 boilers. I'm going to want another furnace so I could make the stone bricks. Yeah, well, thankfully we're not going to have to look at too much snowy ground. Really because most of it's going to be hidden in the darkness. What's our current temperature? 39 degrees. Okay, we could boost that up a little bit. Okay. Do biters in the stove make crunchy walking noises? I don't know. I kind of doubt it. But anyway. Right now, keeping heat up isn't too bad, purely because we were lucky to start with all of our resources practically touching each other. Well, literally touching each other in some of the cases. But, Yeah. Okay, what else do we need? Heat pipes we've got. Stone brick we're going to have in a minute. Boilers we have. Okay, we're going to need more heat pipes, obviously. I'll queue up some science packs. They'll be available when we get back. Oh, we're going to need electric poles, which is going to take a lot of iron. Okay. And we're going to need lots of coal. Power this whole monstrosity. Usually I defend everywhere. I'll likely end up being more strategic this time, purely because of lack of resources. Okay, the temperature's a little low. I need all the coal I can get right now to go power the generators when we build that. Oh, I need an offshore pump too. Okay. We're going to set up absolutely minimal setup up there. Just boiler, 2 steam engines, heat pipe down the side. Speaking of which, just grab more of those. Heat pipe down the side, heat pipe across the front. Electric poles are going to be brutally expensive. Okay, the water hole is just north of here. Well, we might as well go up there and start setting things up. How's our pollution cloud doing? Ugh. Getting close to the biters already. Like, I know what's coming because I've played a very similar challenge before. But... wait, don't tell me this doesn't freeze. Okay. I mean, I'm not going to complain, I guess. These definitely freeze, though. Alright. Well, I guess we won't have to run quite as many heat pipes as I thought we would. Heating tower. We'll put it right there, so we have to do minimal heat pipes. 2 should be plenty. That gets some coal heated up. That gets the steam engines running. Alright, so we don't have to actually heat the offshore pump. That is interesting. I'm very surprised about that. Alright. That's 58 degrees. It should be good for a little while. Now we have to go turn all of our iron into poles. Or... actually, well... no, we don't have to. You have to grab our lab and take it up there is what we need to do. We don't need power down south yet. Okay, lab. Goes there. It'll be nice and heated. And there we go. Lovely. Yeah, it should run in the same rules as a kilo. Technically, I could probably remove the heat pipes and move it down. I think it would, corner contact would work, but yeah. I want this like that so I can run the heat pipes later without having to remove the tower. What I'll probably do later is end up moving this generator out and putting an underground between them and then run the heat pipes down the middle with little T's every couple of engines. Which I might want to move the heating tower then later anyway, but we'll see. For now, we need to make firearm magazines and gun turrets before we need them. What's our heat here? 40 degrees. Not ideal. Okay, let's give it a little bit of juice. Now, get a gun turret. And then next up is automation. I did make enough science to research that right away. How far in are trains? Because trains are moved to be earlier, but we only get the cheap small ones that early. Okay, they're behind logistics and steel processing. And then fluid wagon only gives us the baby fluid wagon. I don't remember what gets us the big one. Anyway, mini trains is a cool mod. I like it. We're going to be using a lot of them things because I'm not going to be using any long belts. And thankfully, moving trains don't need to be heated. Okay, just to power the lab, that'll do fine. Now, I really, really, really want electric miners. And we need to get a proper furnace stack going. Gonna make some iron chests. And then we're gonna probably start mining stone into chests eventually. We'll see. Okay, long head inserters and assembly machines. Yay! Okay, first assembly machine available. Now, next research. Much as I want lamps, I think we almost have to go military. Or electric mining drill. I'm going to go electric mining drill purely because I hate the stupid burner drills so much. Did I accidentally grab your coal? Yes, I did. Alright. Keep mining iron, or keep mining stone for a bit. We're gonna put one of the burner drills on stone. Eventually. Okay, now. Furnace stack. We're not gonna be able to use the standard old-fashioned design because we need to heat the inserters. Okay. Let me think. We need to get some belts going too. Oh, that's not going to be heated. Yeah, no. That's going to be heated, but that won't be. We'll have to run heat pipe up the outside. The same with up the middle. Won't be heated. I think we're not going to be able to do a double. Because what we're going to have to do... Thankfully, we don't have to heat the furnaces. What we're going to end up having to do is this. With an underground there. And then returning on the other side like that with a heat pipe along the outside of it. Or we can use another underground here. And then for the expense of one extra heat pipe and an underground instead of 3 standard belts, we can get a tileable design. But that should heat a pair of inserters on each side. Yeah, this is what's going to have to be. Okay. We don't have undergrounds yet, so we're going to have to do something about that. Okay, well, first things first. Let's get a gun turret set up. And then we need to start focusing on automation packs so we can actually get the next research done. Man, this setup is gonna suck. Yeah, we need to save our resources. We've got more copper than iron by a lot at the moment. And I don't want to hook more pipes onto the heating tower than I have to at any given moment, because they do just suck the heat right out of it. Getting pretty close to annoying those biters. Okay, so I believe it takes... Here. After this, we need to next go for... Underground's gotta be next. And that's 20 packs. Ooh, it's 25, not 15, okay. So we need 45 packs for the next round of research. Okay. Let's mine iron. Most useful thing we can do right now. I didn't want, even once spiders start attacking, it's not going to be too bad for quite a while. But it's going to sneak up on us. It always does. It always does. Okay, we're getting a good amount of copper piled up. Getting a good amount of coal piled up. And the period of the game where half of the factory exists solely to keep up the ammo begins. Yeah. Last Alone in the Dark run, there was a long period of time in the middle, kind of, where no research was being done at all, because all of my resources had to go into building capacity to keep ammo flowing, or building ammo to keep the ammo flowing. Hopefully we can avoid most of that this time. I wouldn't count on it though. Alright, we have enough to do at least one research, so let's head up north and dump it into the lab. How much heat do we have? Some. A little more won't hurt anybody. Let's top off the power generator. Okay. Oh. We definitely need to get these iron furnaces running as quickly as possible, though. And that means we also need inserters. Not worry about inserters until we have the research available to actually build the stuff. This should be enough research queued up to get electric mining drills and automation. Go ahead and dump the last of this in. Alright, now we also need to worry about getting electric poles down here because we're going to need them to run the miner and the inserters. Let's go back up there and start running poles as far as we can. The last time I used a mod that made the electric poles look like they were made out of metal. This time I don't have that, unfortunately. These things are really expensive for this early. Ugh. Man. Remember to keep harvesting our coal. Go ahead and fill those furnaces. What's our heat at? 60 degrees, okay. That's plenty. Alright, we have electricity here, more or less. Alright, electric mining drills researched. That's 23 iron in and of itself. Yeah, we need a lot of iron right now. Okay, I'm not going to bother refueling these because they're going to be removed soon. I'm going to put the mining drill here, mining upwards, and then we'll belt across. Something like that. We'll figure something out in a minute. Okay, there's the mining drill. Get some heat pipes. And then we're going to need to buy electric poles and inserters. Lots and lots of both. Oh. Okay, mining drill. Right there should do. Need probably at least 2. Poles to get over there to it. Okay, mining drill is running. Now, unfortunately, due to the way this is going to have to be set up, This has to be beside the heat pipe, so it's got to go there. And then this will have to be somewhere where it can supply power to this. Means it's going to have to go here, which means every single furnace is going to need 2 dedicated power poles. Not quite, but in the middle, only on the ends. In the middle, 2 furnaces can each share 2 power poles. But it's still going to be rather brutal. Okay, hurry up with the logistics research. I need those undergrounds. And I'm going to need to set up ammo production. Although we won't feed it anything yet. Or build the inserters for it, because that part's expensive and we don't have that available yet. Let's start saving up our iron to make the undergrounds. Yeah, so we've got enough here to run at least 2 miners. Yeah, I should run coal onto this belt as well. Okay. I could put a long-handed over here and reach across to put coal on. And that's probably what I'll do. But for now, that's a low priority. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Now I just need to set up a box there later. For now, it's not important. And we run out of power. Alright. Let's go fix that. It's probably a coal shortage or a heat shortage or both. It is a heat shortage. Give it a full stack of coal. That's the one resource we're not short on at the moment. Which is good because, well, currently our whole industry is based on it. Okay. Now. Need a lot more iron. are we doing on pollution? Okay. First attacks are coming any minute now. Means I need to finish preparing as soon as possible. Okay. Now, so juice the heat up in here. I should get this on frozen in a minute. There we go. Alright, now we need to get working on the second mining drill. How are we doing on power? Not a problem. Let's get 2 more inserters. Hook up the power. Okay. Ammo production online. It's restricted to... Oh, this needs to be power. This needs to be heated too. Of course it does. Of course it does. Okay, that's gonna make this extra exciting. I guess I knew they did need heat because the turrets and menu simulations didn't work. Because obviously the menu simulations didn't have any heat available. Okay, let's get our burner drill running. Let's get our burner drill next to a heat pipe running. Get some stone produced. I don't have to manually mine that next time I need some. Okay. Now, loading this iron into containers is going to be interesting. We'll worry about that later. Alright, I do have the second mining drill available. Yes, I do. Let's rebuild this. Okay, you're going to go there. And you are going to go there for now. We need an underground belt. Okay. Now, I need a long-headed inserter. However, now I'll have to do get another electric mining drill so we can get rid of these. Well, I probably won't get rid of those just yet, but I will move them. It does look like this is barely keeping up with moving the iron over. So that's okay. Now, okay, that should provide coal for the furnaces without me having to worry about them running out. Go ahead and make more ammo. And then go check on our power. That hasn't used too much yet. How about you? 100 degrees. You're good. Okay. Okay. Get a gun turret. We haven't needed one yet, but the day when we're going to need tons of them is fast approaching. Let's set up these two to produce coal. Because this will be coal for running the power plant. Okay, now we need to get back to producing automation science. Okay, the next research. I should probably go straight for military. Because I'll need some way of defending myself. Oops. Yeah, screw it, you can have those back. Okay. Okay. Next thing's next is to get automation running for science. That'll be somewhat important. Kind of surprised we're not annoying the biters yet. Oh, we're losing heat. I'm gonna have to hook up some sort of detection system at the far corners of the heat system, or the heat pipe network. Make sure that the temperature's not too low. If I don't set up other automation first, which... Okay, how far away are we from basic automation? Blockman logistics science, isn't it? Yeah. which we could research soon. Okay. I'm gonna put a gun turret over there. We're gonna give it its own dedicated ammo feed off the ammo plant line. Eventually. Alright, we finally have enough iron that I don't feel like I'm being completely stifled. Also, we have enough packs to do military research, so let's go pop these into the lab. I could move the lab back south. Okay, we've lost about 6 degrees, I think. That's the last time I checked. Okay, you need more heat as well. I guess that's the other thing that these two are going to be used for, is running the heating system. Until we get automation that I can use to control how the heating system gets fed, in which case then we'll run a belt to automate it. Ooh. Okay. Next. Next we automate red sands. I really shouldn't try to put it right here in this cluster. Ooh. Okay, let me think. We need a chest for iron, a chest for copper, a chest for the results. I don't want to run that far away from the core of the heating area. The heated area. Because the farther away we get from the core of the heated area, the more expensive it's going to be. Okay, next we do lights. That'll be close enough. Okay, iron in, gears over, copper in. Okay. Red science out. That should do it. Dump a little more fuel in to get the pipe warmer. There we go. Now, here we go, automated red science. Now, let's go get the lab and bring it back down here. Fast inserters are going to be a useful one. Well, let's grab the lab first. There's no point leaving it up here. I think I can fit it in here without having to move anything around. Yeah. Okay, lovely. Now, radar I don't really care about for the moment. Stone walls will be useful someday when I can afford time and resources to build them. Steel will get us toward advanced material processing, which is huge. Logistics science pack will get us toward circuit network, which is huge. Also steel processing. Projectile damage is pretty big. I think we're going to do logistics science pack first. Which is an expensive research, but we're going to have to do it. So we put enough stuff in here to build 100 science packs. We can just ignore that for now until it runs out. In the meantime, let's keep our ammo production going. Our copper production is a little bit sad, but even with heat pipe requirements, it'll have to be okay for now. Only 2 gun turrets is not great, but also let's get some lamps going. I want to be able to see. Yay! The first light. Alright, now that we can finally see around our base a little bit. Get some more lamps going and we'll go place 1 or 2 up by the power plant. And we might light up the way there. At least slightly. Okay, we're at 100 degrees right now. Good enough. All right. I can see the game's so bright now. Get another gun turret out. It never hurts to be at least slightly prepared, so we'll put one up there. Boost the temperature a little bit more. Okay. I wish those logistic pack would finish faster. Progress is very slow because these, or this one specifically, takes a while to do this thing. Alright, in the meantime, grab some stone. This little tiny huddle of an industrial area is not going to hold up for long. We need to start thinking about building proper industry somewhere. So, also this heating tower is sucking down so much coal. Proper industry in a frozen economy. I need to upgrade this inserter. I don't want to try to use 2 inserters because that'll just be a heat pipe nightmare. Speaking of heat pipes, let's go ahead and craft a bunch of them. Because we're going to need a ton. Get those charged up to max. You can have more coal too. Alright. Need to do something about the coal feeding situation here. It works PM, but also we're wasting a lot of mining capacity that's just sitting there. I'm going to put this on a, what do you call it? Put a chest on it. That should build up plenty of coal, and then we can get rid of these. Because I don't need those stinking the place up. Speaking of stinking the place up, it hasn't reached him yet. Okay. It will soon, though. I've been saying that for a while now, but... Alright, Yeah. Let's make some furnaces. Let's just start building up supplies. I need to get proper furnace stacks running. I need to... Like this furnace stack design... I don't know if I can do better is the problem. Because we do need to run a lot of heat pipes weaving throughout it. And underground heat pipes aren't a thing. So unless I can either figure out a way to snake a heat pipe up the center... Okay, let's think. Okay. Get some power poles, just so we have some. We'll need them in a minute anyway. Let's go place power poles in here. Okay, here we have our traditional style furnace stack. Now, ideally we would have the fuel running up the middle. However, we're going to need to either have this set up, or actually I just realized a better one. That set up. I think this will work. And we have an underground jumping that. And then... oh, this is where we need medium power poles to make this really work. Without the medium poles, it's going to be pretty much impossible to electrify this side. Because we can't put one here because where the heat pipe needs to come in. Unless we do that. Okay, that's not the dumbest idea I've ever had. And then we can have the outside belts running down there. Okay. It's not much more compact than this, but it does get us a double row. It's not much bulkier than a standard, just we have the outer rows of heat pipes, which we're going to need anyway to keep the outer belts from freezing. If I insert two from the underground, you gain a square for power heat pipe together in the middle. True. Yeah, I could do that. And that would give me 3 squares in the middle. I still need to leave a gap. And that would mean that I could do that effectively. Which would tie the sides together. Which is an improvement. Okay. Circuit network I'd love to have next. We don't have logistics packs made yet, so we can't do that. We'll go steel processing instead. And we're going to need to provide more resources because we only put in enough to make 100. We've used 75 of them. Okay. That should do it. Yeah, I did make undergrounds, so let's go ahead and put them into the system. All right. Yeah, that does allow us to tie the sides together. Is there anything else I can do to try to compact this? Not really. The size of the furnace force a particular width, more or less. Alright, well. Now. I think we're going to run a separate heating tower for this. Because I don't want to have huge networks attached to the heating towers. So we're going to have to run a coal line in. The coal line will go past the heating tower. That'll juice this up. Oh, we just lost power. Is it heat or is it coal? It's coal, okay. Well, note to self. I need to set up a chest there that I can fill with coal. That's why we started mining that coal into a chest, because I knew we were going to need it soon. Darn. The default place to put it would be here. If I could have fit it here, that would have been nice. How much better? How much capacity are we using? Hardly any. Okay, so we're not going to have to rebuild this anytime soon. The heat I really need it over here on this side. There's no underground heat pipe. So I'm debating whether or not I want to tear this all down and rebuild it. Yet. I think the answer is that I need to, so. Alright. I want to leave this engine here. No, I want to push it down farther, so. Alright. You go there. You go there so we can get a heat pipe through if we need to. If I can get away without moving the heating tower, I will absolutely do that. But if I have to move the heating tower, I'm moving the heating tower. And I think I might want to move the heating tower purely because it'd be a good idea. Better go get more materials. Oh, this is all frozen over now. Or no, wait. It's starting to get frozen over. Okay, we'll heat that up. Get those heat pipes made. Alright, this is the basic plan. And then... yeah, we won't need to move the heating tower. Okay. So this is the basic expandable design. Okay. And then we're going to put the coal chest up there. All right. Heat that up. It lost a lot of heat filling up these heat pipes, so. And then we're going to need to research fast inserters soon so we can... Why are you damaged? Oh, did I accidentally press space? I must have. Oops. Okay. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and double up our system just to demonstrate. It will go there. And then we need an underground. Boiler goes there. This needs more coal. Okay. Lovely. We need more coal. Oh, I need to hook this to the main power grid. Or things are not going to work. Okay. Lights. Obviously needed. There we go. Added more heat to the system, but clearly I didn't add enough. Yeah, this is why we need to start cranking on logistics science packs. So I can get circuit networks. We need 100 of them for circuit networks. Okay. Transport belts and inserters. First, let's get another heating tower because I don't want to continue stressing this one anymore. Okay, I need stone brick. Go. How's our pollution doing? Still not quite touching those biters. Okay. Very surprising, that. Alright, we got plenty of iron for the moment. Let's dump a bit in there. That's freezing again. How the hell much coal do you need anyway? A lot, apparently. That is the tail end of the system, so it's going to be the coldest part of it. I'm glad I didn't hook it up to this. That's the other thing. The larger the network you have hooked up to the cooling tower, the more fuel it's going to need. So we got to be careful about that. We're going to need to burn a lot of fuel on cooling towers. Keep this base going. Or heating towers, I mean. Cooling towers. Yeah, the last thing we need is a cooling tower. How's the heat up here doing? 59. Not very good. I gotta get automation so we can hook that up and keep those towers self-regulating. And also so I can set up alarms to tell me when I need to go deliver coal. Let's get another coal miner because they burn a lot of solid fuel down the road. Oh yeah. I'm already Yeah. Priority for oil processing. Way more important than I thought it was going to be. Okay. There was some oil, I think, down here somewhere. We'll worry about it later, but... Alright, green science. Transport belts first, because it'll be the easiest. I'm not going to try to belt stuff from here to wherever we're actually going to build it. That way lieth insanity. Oh yeah, that's right. I need these so I can build one of those. Now. Grab a stack of stone. Alright, we're going to want one to power this furnace stack up, but that furnace stack is less important right now than having a separate little enclave for production. At least this planet makes for a chill run. Yeah. Okay, let's see. I don't want to build anything terribly complicated, and I want to cluster it tightly around this so I don't have to provide much heat. So... I'm going to accept some inefficiency here. Okay, problem number one. I need to get to the outside so I can grab out of this and stuff into a box. This side's gonna be similar. Unless... no, that's not going to work either. Oh, I know what will though. A little bit less symmetrical and neat than I would necessarily like, but... Okay. You go into there, you go into there. You load iron, you direct insert, you direct insert, you direct insert. But that way. And that way. You direct insert. You load iron. Actually, in many ways it'd be ideal if I could grab iron from the same chest for these two. Which I could do by moving that down. And doing that. Okay, iron goes in there, iron goes in there. I'd really like to put copper over here, but that would be requires snaky pipes, so we'll just do this. Go ahead and start juicing the system up a little bit. Make sure everything comes alive, so to speak. Okay. We need more coal to heat the system, but there we go. Speaking of more coal to heat the system, I'm going to give you 2 stacks of coal because you deserve it, or rather need it. You get a stack of coal. And then let's go dump coal into our power plant, apparently. Actually, we have coal in the power plant. What we need coal in is the heater. Okay, well, let's dump coal into the power plant anyway. A full stack of coal in that heater, that doesn't draw that much heat, so it should last for quite a while. Okay, now. We need lots of coal, or not coal. We need lots of iron and copper. Power this up. This little tiny system is going to produce not actually that much material, unfortunately. And then we'll have to move these and assemble them elsewhere, but... Alright, let's put in a couple lamps so I can see what the hell's going on. And... oh, this needs iron too. Derp. Okay, that can be removed. There we go. Oh, and you need iron as well. Damn it, how many different things did I forget? A lot, apparently. I'm gonna do the same thing I did over on their side. We're moving that down. Making that. Okay. Much better. Much better. Go get more materials and stuff in the various chests. The way I'm doing this with a bunch of different chests feeding each resource, like there's four separate iron chests. Only one copper, luckily. But I need to consolidate the iron chests. But for what that is, it'll work for now, TM. It's not really supposed to be a good build. It's just supposed to be something that works for now. Obviously, I'd like it to be a good build, but yeah. Alright, now. We're almost done the steel processing. As much as I want tier 2 furnaces, it is much more important. Oops. It is much more important to get automation. For a variety of reasons. How's our pollution cloud doing? Okay, we are going to trigger biter attacks now. Oh. Okay. Let's get another gun turret. You can never have too many of them things. Considering we only have 3 right now, that is... Wow. Let's put the new gun turret up here, just in case they decide to attack this area. Instead of a sane position. Alright, yeah. Steel processing is completed. Let's start in on circuit network. Jumping the gun a bit, perhaps, but also... We're going to need it. Let's set up a singular furnace. To do steel processing. There's the first biters. Hello guys, welcome here. I wish you wouldn't. Oh. Okay, we'll be fine. I'll start stuffing our logistics packs in there. Okay. Do I have... There we go. Alright. That'll work. Let's give you another stack of heat materials because you're getting low anyway. That'll work. I really need to research well, lots of things, I guess. Things very iron hungry. Very, very iron hungry. Now, keep that working. Keep you fueled up. Okay, now. Hopefully we don't have to play World's Largest Logistics Bot for too much longer, but also World's Slowest Assembly Machine. There goes the power. It froze over again. Let's go ahead and fill it up. Actual coal for the power plant's fine. I really have got to get that automated, which is why we're researching circuit network. Because if I just ran the coal from that chest straight into the heating tower, it would just consume it all, get really hot, and then just waste it. So we got to hook up automation to only run the inserters. Actually, can I do automation without? Well, I can't hook the wires up. Ooh. I can. Okay. I'm still used to thinking in 1.0 where... Well, maybe I could have hooked this up from the very beginning without a circuit network. Unlock circuit network. Does it really? Because it sure looks like it's available from the start. Okay, you enable disable if... Let's signal this is outputting. Read temperature T. Okay. Enable disable if T is less than, let's say 100. Okay. And then we need to get coal over there somehow. Oh, I do have splitters. Okay. However, I will have to change this arrangement to make that work. I think we can do that without too much pain and suffering. It isn't enabled if you play for the very first time, same as for having blueprints from the start. Okay. Yeah, I'd be used to 1.1 where you just had to craft the wires and they straight up weren't available until you researched it. But I guess now that wires are just something you can grab off down here. Okay. Well, that would have been nice to have a little while ago. Let's grab some materials. I can craft things. And then... let's see. I'm gonna get coal down there. Well... the proper way to get coal down there is to stop doing this stupid shit and run a belt. Now, let me think. Where can I run this through? Well, for starters, we can remove this ammo factory and move the ammo factory, and then we can, if I had an underground belt, get coal over to there. That will completely mess this belt up, but we can fix that easily enough. Okay. I could just do that. Grab off of that belt up there. Or I could just do this, which would also work fine. Okay. If T is less than 100. Boom. Okay, that should feed it coal until this is hot. However, that's also going to starve our main furnace stack of coal. Okay, some's leaking through. We're gonna move that furnace stack before long anyway, but oh well. Future Milo problems. Oh, this doesn't need to wiggle anymore. Alright, temperature is slowly climbing up. We'll give it a little bit of manual fuel so it is less desperate. And then let's go ahead and build another electric mining drill. So I can mine directly into a chest without needing those to do anything about it. Alright. Lovely. Now, back up north to work on that system. I think what I'm going to do can't reasonably do an underground that way. What I can do is do an underground this way, and then curl back up and around and come in. So, let's do that. We can have a stack for a treat. All right. Well, that's inconvenient. That'll do, though. Okay. That should mean we only need to fill up one set. Okay, circuit network does give us the programmable speaker, yes. Okay, we're gonna want those rather badly because I want to know when the coal is getting low, not when the coal has run out. For example. So we are still going to continue working on green science. All right. Okay. I'll let that run for a little bit. What's this doing for heat? They could use a little more. Okay, it is almost reaching 100 now. Yeah. Looks like it's grabbing every other piece of coal we're putting on the line. We need fast inserters so we can put coal out faster. But just keeping this thing warm is going to take a lot of coal. Keeping it warm and the boilers fed. And this thing's consuming a ton of coal too. Okay, what just finished? Guessing there was a trigger tech that just went. It doesn't show. Yeah, it does too show trigger techs. I don't see any trigger techs that completed. I'm not sure what that noise was about. Alright, whatever. you're out of ore. Surely that wasn't what made that noise. Alright, anyway. Get some green science going. I really need to properly automate that. Okay, this seems to have calmed down a lot. Alright, it looks like the heat pipes have... Last time I checked this, it was 60 something, now it's 78. It looked like the heat pipes have soaked as much as they're going to get, and so it stopped consuming heat quite as fast. Steel axe got research could make enough steel? Oh. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I even looked at steel axe and was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's researched. I didn't consider that that is a trigger tech now. Of course. Derp. Speaking of which, let's go grab that steel so that the steel furnace can continue running. Because we're going to need a lot of that. Let's continue feeding this furnace for a bit. As soon as we're done with circuit network, then we're going into steel furnaces. Advanced material processing. Okay, I need to get ammo production back online. Not urgently, but... it is something that should be done. Wait. I had that on read fuel, not read temperature. Oops. It was overheating the heating tower. Let's not do that, okay? Later, when we have better fuel, we'll probably run the heating towers hotter and have them cover wider areas. But for now, I want to run them relatively cold just to try to keep their fuel consumption down a little bit. Okay. I'm going to put a chest up here. This is the official obsolete crap chest. I'm going to put our lonely wood in there. I'm going to save that just in case I end up needing wood for something important later. Because, once again, that's probably the only wood we're going to be able to get on this planet. Maybe we'll launch it to space or something when we're done. Oh no. They ate my gun turret. That is a sure sign that we need more gun turrets. Oh yeah, I need to go dump more green science into here. Before I forgot. They had a chew on it? Yep, I wish they would stop. Yeah, it does mean that they're getting to be more of them. I think this had 20 ammo in it. It's got 18 now. It's not the end of the world, but... oh, we ran out of... okay. We ran out of materials for red science. Can't wait till we get trains running. So, the mini trains mod that we're running gives us little trains, basically, that are quite cheap. They're not terribly fast, they don't haul a whole lot. But we're going to use them for everything. As a matter of fact, let's load up Alone in the Dark 1. It's not going to load properly because a lot of the saves are, or a lot of the mods are not there anymore. Just load it up, don't fix anything. Okay. Everything's broken because the mods are completely different. But this was our starter base, this area. Lots of little tiny train stations with lots of little tiny trains. And also this whole system here was rather poorly designed and horrendously inefficient because all the trains shared this same main line, and the main line was limited to one train at a time for this corner of the base. Of course, that did extend out into more proper setups later. But a lot of these trains didn't go very far, let's put it that way. Over here was the first science base. This got overrun when spitters started spawning. There used to be big old defenses right here around this gate, but spitters started spawning and spit over the edges of the cliff here and killed everything inside. And at the time when that happened, I was not in any position to rebuild, so there was a long period of time where there was no science happening. Here was the initial power plant. So the first Alone in the Dark had a mod that removed the starting zone water. And instead you got what were effectively oil fields, except they produce water when you put pump jacks on them. Yeah, so here we have trains full of water waiting their turn to go into the power plant. Obviously, none of these resources are there because I don't have the mod loaded. But all these pump jacks were on water resources and were pumping water into these tanks, which then ran the steam plant. There are larger steam plants elsewhere that came into use later. Over here was a great big giant water field. So trains would come up there, fill up with water, bring it back to the power plants. And see, there's another water unloading station. Power plant right here, I think. Or wait, no, was this the water plant? Yeah, this is the power plant right here. There's where the coal for the power plant was unloaded. Like, we're unloading coal right here. Right here is where the coal mine was. So, these trains didn't go very far at all. That's how I'm going to run this base, too. For the new Alone in the Dark mod run. Or mod pack, I guess. There will be no long belts, where long is defined very generously. Instead, it will go by train, even if it is a relatively short distance. But anyway, that save is very broken because it most definitely was not intended to run with these mods. Let's load up this save, which is less broken. Alright, give me some coal. Let's fuel that. Hello, Ron Stutson. Welcome here. Hopefully I didn't mangle that too badly. Okay, second turret, support the first. We need to get repair packs going too. Let's see, how much do those cost? Not much. Let's queue them up next. You see the mod list somewhere? Is there an easy way to do that in here? I don't think so. I can pretty much rattle it off from memory though. There is Navis, frozen Navis, which is what's making everything cold. That load game. Oh, that's right. You could see that load game. Well, there we go. Night challenge, which just makes everything night all the time. Mini trains, which gives the mini trains that we're going to be using soon TM. Personal burner generator, which we're not going to have personal solar panels because night all the time, so we need something for suit power. Small electric pole, no wood. This just replaces wood in the electric pole recipe with iron because there's no trees on this map. The only wood we have is the single piece of wood we started with. Frozen Navis, which is probably the cornerstone mod of this run. Mini trains lead the way, which makes it so that mini trains come before normal trains in the tech tree. Basically, it pushes normal trains farther down the tech tree and replaces them with slightly earlier mini trains. And then Navi's cliff explosives, because I did turn cliffs to maximum, although apparently nowadays you can't get cliffs anywhere close to the starting area, which I don't appreciate. Oh. We need to fuel up that heating tower. So frozen Navis not only graphically makes everything look frozen, but also it adds the heat mechanic from a kilo to Navis, which is why we have heat pipes and heating towers run everywhere. Also, it makes heat pipes cheaper, and it makes heating towers available with Steam research. Yeah. So, in addition to those mods, one of the big things that's going to make a huge difference to how this plays out is that I have trees turned off. So there is no stopping pollution spread, or even really slowing it down appreciably. Right now, we're only getting small attacks from one base. We're about to start getting attacks from a second base, and a third base isn't too far off. And while I did use the railroad preset, I set biters back to their default settings instead of no expand. So while we're huddling in the middle here trying not to freeze, the biters are having a field day around the edges. The mod list for the original, I pretty much just kind of grabbed a few things that looked interesting. It was inspired by a run that Josh Doshington did. He's a YouTuber who does crazy Factorio stuff. But he was using the Rampant mod, which I'm not good enough at Factorio that I want to use Rampant with Pitch Black Nights and Constant Night. That just didn't really seem like the kind of thing I wanted to do. Also, he started with an Oasis that had trees around it, just a few, so that he had some wood to gather for power poles. Whereas I used a mod to remove the need to use wood for power poles instead. And then I had a mod for the first Alone in the Dark run I did that replaced water entirely with oil fields that produced water instead of oil. Unfortunately, all those mods, there was like 2 or 3 different mods I found that replaced water with oil fields that produced water. All of them were broken in 2.0. So I decided that, okay, whatever, we'll just have water in the starting area and pump it out of there. But if I want water anywhere that's not right around this lake, I'm going to have to transport it by train. Which will be interesting. And I'm deliberately not going to build everything right around that starting lake. We're not going to lean on the crutch of building around it. We're going to build trains. Lots of trains. Okay. Did I do military research? I think I did. Yes, I did. Okay, let's get a submachine gun. I should have did that a while ago. Also, I should grab light armor too. It's not great, but it's better than no armor, which is what we would have otherwise. Alright. Gonna be a little bit before those guys start sending attacks. But anyway. The first one of these, the beginning wasn't too hard. I didn't even realize what it was going to be like, really, at the beginning. Because, oh, you know, I have default fighters. It'll be fine. Just kind of, it'll be a good reason to use lights. I never really use lights in my normal play because it's not dark enough. So yeah, you'll just make dark nights. It'll be a good reason to use lights. It'll be fine. I did not realize just how, and then of course I was like, well, if there's no sun, then obviously trees can't grow, so we'll turn trees off for make it a little bit more realistic. And if there's no sun, there won't be any grass either, so we'll just make it desert. And it should be cold, so the water will freeze, and that's why I went and put in the water mod that I had. I did not realize how much those modifiers were going to ratchet the difficulty up. I just figured it'd be a fun little run where I had a good reason to use lamps and the power production to be a little bit more complicated than normal. But it turns out with no trees, biters run wild. And things get very exciting. In all the wrong ways. Alright, so we're good on power for now. This needs more resources, but I don't want to dump more in right now. I think we're okay on green science to get circuit network done. Okay, so at the moment we just kind of want to pile up resources, I guess, which is what we're doing anyway. And then I need to get... I need to start pulling this stuff out of here. Let's get some more mining drills going. Blake, you need to go? Oh, have a good night. Thank you for dropping by. Yeah, repair pack next. After repair pack. Advanced material processing is really important. I would like to have trains. I think what we're going to do next is we're going to do train and then automated rail transport. Yeah, see, it moves the mini trains and automated rail transport up to just being red science, which is nice. And that'll get us so that we can start moving away from this terrible little mini base. And we can set up mining and then set up production elsewhere. I don't know if I actually want to power this up, or if I just want to leave it here as a blueprint that I will then build someplace else, but let's get this running again. Yeah. Not great, but it will do. I need fast inserters so we can load these faster. Not me having to stop by and clean it out every now and again. And also, yeah. Keep that going. Keep that going. All right, let's set up. Oops. Okay, I could shift this over one. And that would get us enough to put in a green science thing right there. Shift it back so we can put in long-handeds to feed it. And then this power pole is going to have to move so I can run heat through there. Okay. I'm going to move this back one more. We can run heat in like that. There we go. Power pole goes there. Power pole goes there. You will produce green science. Okay. Lovely. Go ahead and give that 2 full stacks of coal. That should heat it up considerably. And then this can slowly deteriorate. We're out of materials at the red science. Note to self, that needs one more stack of steel plates, or iron plates. Doing okay on our consumption here. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and put another electric mining drill on here. Should do it. That drew down our stored heat a little bit. Fine. Okay. Yeah, we need to get off this little temporary furnace stack and get to a permanent one. You know what? There's a mod I'm going to install right now. It's a very simple one. I saw it earlier and I thought about installing it and then I didn't. Yeah, hide frozen warning. There we go. Hide the frozen entity warning. So it's making it harder to see things. Like, I can see they're frozen. Thank you, game. I don't need you to flash a warning at me to tell me. It's kind of useful, I suppose, but that's a very specific mod. Okay, there we go. That's much clearer what's going on. It'll be a little bit less clear that something is frozen, but also if it's white, it's probably not working. Oh. Okay, so we're getting a small trickle. Emphasis on small and trickle of green science. But it's better than having to handcraft it all myself. It looked like I was wrong about how much I had made, so we didn't quite hit circuit network. And then after those, we'll go for advanced material processing. Lovely. How are you guys doing on ammo? Not great. Okay, I need to get ammo production running again. It doesn't have to be anything fancy, it just has to be like a machine that is producing ammo. Ideally one that is hooked into the Alright, well that'll work. 2 stacks should be plenty. Okay, next up is a bunch of red science only stuff. I really need blue inserters. Repair pack should be a quick research. Okay. Yeah, we're simply not producing enough iron anymore. Well, I do have this whole stack ready to go. That is double the size of our current one. Not actually quite ready. I really want to build programmable speakers, but also I need to get other things done first. That'll do for now. Alright, next thing's next. Oops. Let's go the other way. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Should I put another row on? This should support 4 iron miners, more like 5 or maybe 6. And then if I add another, I turn these over to steel furnaces, will support double that. I don't think I need another row. Okay. Then I need a heating tower, for which I need heat pipes. And other assorted things. I'm going to put the heating tower up here on the end. Like that. Okay, repair packs are researched. That's hooked up. This will grab coal off the center belt. Okay, read temperature. You enable disable if P is less than 100. Seems like a reasonable number for now. Use filters. Grab coal. No, it's not use filters. I shouldn't grab anything other than coal, because I want to grab burnables. No, that's a terrible idea. Okay, we need more steel. Or, not steel, iron. Well, we should grab the steel, too. Get underground. Okay. There's our iron. There's our intake. We are right beside the fields here with this. I don't think I'm going to bother with trains for this little bit of a run. Because we can quite literally hand off okay. Yeah, we can hand off from the heating system up here to the heating system down here. Once we remove this mess between them, which is going to happen soon. We just have to connect the end of this belt to the end of that belt, pretty much, and it'll start up. Go ahead and give it some starting coal. I will have to move my science setup. That's not hard. Or even a big deal. Okay. Now, let's move the science setup over to where the green science is currently. We'll stop producing green science into a chest and produce it into a lab instead. Okay. You'll produce gears. You'll produce red science. A chest goes there. A chest goes there. That goes like that. That goes like that. I need more heat pipes. Go ahead and heat that back up. Okay. Lovely. Now, you need more heat to get started than I thought you were going to need. By a lot. Alrighty. Forgot a few important things here. Go get more materials. This is going to be harder to wire than I had initially planned. Unfortunate. Got to move this up more. All those handy little gaps that I left specifically for... Okay, well that's... We're gonna have to do... this the same way as we did the other. I was thinking we weren't gonna have to, but nope, here we are. Alright. That'll do, I suppose. Alright, now. Are there any good spots for lights in here anymore? Kinda. Alright, you gotta be moved. Unfortunately, because now we're gonna lose a bunch of heat. Not really a bunch of heat, but some heat. We'll put a long-handed in there. Do that. And then you get a wire. Read temperature. Enable, disable. E less than 100. Okay. Give that some starting fuel. And hook up that. All right, lovely. Now, that's going to massively improve our yeah, we'll do that. Okay, that's going to massively improve our iron production. However, we need to get that iron somewhere before we can actually use it for anything. Which means we're going to be putting in a little iron train station right here probably real soon once we get mini trains unlocked. Until then, we'll just have to stop by and pick it up ourselves, I suppose. Or build a chest to dump it in. Okay, so now that this big furnace is set up, we can start tearing down the little furnace. Which we'll do by cutting off its output. And then we're going to want to set up another furnace stack. Okay, you can move. Then let's go ahead and get an underground. Like so. We'll wire a little more coal into the system, get it running faster. Keep that copper flowing. Okay. Lovely. Now, that furnace stack has been exterminated. Connect those together. This gun turret can be moved. This can be cut off. That can be cut out. Okay, branches removed from the system. Good. That can be straightened up a little. Simplified. We'll put that gun turret picked up over here. I need more gun turrets. I want a gun turret over here to protect this. Oh wait, I need to stick it right beside the heat pipe, don't we? There we go. Boom. You haven't shot anything yet. Let's go check on the power plant. Now let's get a programmable speaker to start honking if we run low on coal up here. Alright. The beginning of the noise pollution. Circuit connection setting. We want... if coal is less than 50, then show alert. Let's see. Most recognizable thing we could easily go with is probably just a boiler. Okay. We want it to play globally. All right. Very alert, you made in space age, making legendary quality fish. We're going to have a lot of alerts, probably. Because of how we're going to have lots of little disconnected bases. Well, disconnected by belts, anyway. Particularly early on, before we start running ammo trains and stuff to every little dinky thing. There's going to be a need for alarms for every chunk of whatever's using ammo. Just for starters. Although our ammo system will be less disconnected in this run than the last Alone in the Dark run. Because the last one, there were cliffs like right in the starting area. Also, I'm curious. Is there anything I can do about cliffs in the starting area in 2.0? It's too late now, but I'm just curious. Um, doesn't seem like it. Also, this is hilarious. The AI overview is like, yes, Factorio 2.0's new train generation does intentionally place more and larger cliffs in the starting area. Right above it, cliff, official Factorio wiki. Cliffs should not be generated in the starting area. Yeah. Oops. Do not quit. Resume. Oh, hello. That's the first time you assholes have attacked that side. Speaking of which, let's make some repair packs. Because I'm going to need them. And if I can get another... Also, according to the email that I saw when I was closing that web browser, my motherboard has arrived. I should probably go drag that down here. Alright, let's wait till the next turret's done, then we can put 2 up here. We're gonna have to rapidly graduate away from just having turrets placed on the ground randomly with ammo stuffed in them, to having turret rows that are supplied with produce steel elsewhere. Alright, let's repair this thing before I forget. And pop off all the various chests. I really need to redo this, but it's working for now. There's more that can be decided for some other stuff going on around here. Alright, this needs to be going into a train or into chests or something. I need to keep the red science flowing so we get those trains today, not tomorrow. I'm pretty sure trains don't freeze. I know rails don't. That would make things kind of impossible if they did. But anyway. Alright. I am going to run upstairs and grab that package. And you guys can enjoy a minute or two of shrimp until I get back. Anyway. BRB. All right. Okay. Despite it saying delivered 2 items, what they actually meant is delivered 1 item. Because the motherboard package is not delivered. And if I check, indeed, that delivery did not include that package. All right, damn it. It won't arrive until later, apparently. And how about you guys? What are you delivering and when? All right, anyway. Back to the game. The USPS is still swearing up and down that the KVM is going to arrive today. I do not believe them, considering it's not even out for delivery yet. But we will see. Meanwhile, Amazon's still claiming that the motherboard will arrive today. So if those two actually do arrive today, and the entire PC will be here because the capture card arrived unexpectedly. That wasn't supposed to arrive until Monday. So I guess we take those. Alright. Now, instead of running around in circles, I should get something done. Such as setting up another one of these for copper. I kind of want to wait to set it up because I'd like to set it up over here. Low on coal, huh? I thought I just filled it up with coal a little bit ago. Maybe I didn't. Well, now it's filled up. How are we doing on power draw? Pretty good, okay. I'd kind of like to put a pair of train lines in between these two. And then build a second copper one over here. We'll see. I think if I built the copper one up against this one. No, because I don't want to have the copper and the iron share the same heating tower. Well, Maybe have them share a tower or share a network, but have 2 towers. I don't want to have it spread too far away from the tower. I kind of want to keep everything neatly bunched up. Alright. I need to design a proper defensive hardpoint that I can place along common attack routes for now. It needs to provide itself with warmth. Basically, have a chest that I can deliver coal and ammo to. So I don't have to connect it to whatever the nearest heat pipe network is. Alright, so let's see if we can design something. It's going to need to have belts. Supplying ammo. Let's start with this as a design. Okay, so I don't think these corners are going to be warmed. So this isn't going to work, I don't think. I'm going to waste a little bit of coal to find out. But I'm pretty sure this isn't going to heat the corners. Oh, it will. Okay, cool. Well then. That will solve a lot of our problems. Now, use filters, ammo. Okay. That way ammo and coal can go in here. You read temperature. There we go. Let's heat this up a little bit more so we can test exactly what extents we can reach. Okay, that's not frozen, that's not frozen. Okay, yeah, we do have diagonal connection there. We can't put another one here simply because of heat reasons. So that removes any reason to have done that. that is indeed needed. And then of course we're going to need to have warning horns. 2 of them. 1 for fuel, 1 for ammo. Actually, can you put multiple warnings on 1 horn? I don't think you can. No. Okay. So this will be ammo less than... let's do 20 for now. Okay. Good enough. Oh, this needs power poles too. Lovely. Don't worry, this will be silenced momentarily. There, shut up. We can give them each a light. And eventually we'll put a wall around it, but for now... There's your strong point blueprint. Alright. We'll put the first one down here. In the meantime, let's pick up all of this one so we have the resources to place the first one. I do wish I had construction robots, but that won't happen for some time. Unfortunately. Alright, the attacks from this nest are ramping up. Okay. Lovely. Dump a little bit of coal in here until the system unfreezes. And that should be the new source of biter murder. All right, now, I'm gonna go ahead and spread some of these turrets around. I need to, oops. Need to get the ammo production running again, keep it running. Very important that we maintain ammo production. Out of coal already, or low on coal already. Also, these are set to be local. I need those to be global. Did I change that without having to? No. There we go. Okay. Give ammo. Ammo goes into turret. All right. Now, we need to get another strong point over here somewhere. And then one over here somewhere, probably. That is the ammo alarm. We can silence that temporarily. Alright, it looks like science production has stopped because it ran out of heat. Another one that should be alarmed. Okay. Keep that production flowing. Now, I should take care of that. Our copper production is not keeping up with the demand. We need to build a proper copper stack instead of a single burner miner feeding into a single stone furnace for copper. Yeah. Okay, let's prepare to build another strong point. And then, let's go check on the coal. Mostly fine for now. Okay. Okay. Keep the resources flowing. It's not something we've been doing a very good job of. Coal's doing fine. Minor heat's fine. How are we doing on ammo? Better than we were. Go dump this ammo in this chest down here. All of it anyway. Okay, what else do I need for strong point? Heat pipes. Okay, maybe instead of worrying about strong points right now, we need to instead worry about getting copper. I kind of want to put the copper set up here-ish. Yeah, we'll deal with that in a second. This is probably going to have to be torn down and moved if we do that. So we really need trains to finish first. Because the reason I want them to be separate is so I can run the trains between these. So like, let's say the best case would be if I could fit a rail line there and there. And then have this be here, which would indeed include a bunch of this. Yeah. Although really, I'm not sure how I'm going to do the iron and copper station. Because there'll be one loading bay for each for now. And then I'm going to have to... Ooh, that's the other thing. I can't route... Well, yeah, I can. I can put an underground, run the railroad through, and now I have to heat the ends of the underground, so I can just... There's another reason why I'm going to want to split up my factory into multiple separately heated sections, so I can run rail lines between them. Because you can't cross a rail line with a heat pipe. Which is unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. Anyway. We're almost done with the trains. Who missed the memo for having an underground heat pipe? I think they decided that underground heat pipes make it too easy. After all, running heat pipes next to all of your stuff to keep it from freezing is a feature of the very most end game of the end game planets. A planet that is in no way even able to be self-sufficient. But like, technically, you could drop onto most of the planets and survive perfectly fine with no resources. Aquilo is not like that. There is simply no way to get iron and copper, for example. At least not a good one. I think the only way to get iron and copper on it is to drop it in from space. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure not having underground heat pipes is just part of making it a larger challenge than the other planets, because you have to design everything around the stupid heat pipes. Alright, so we have a good amount of iron. Copper is a big problem, but the copper is going to continue being a problem. Or at least I'm going to leave copper continuing to be a problem instead of fixing it. Until I can get trains running. Which is not far off. Not far off at all anymore. As soon as the mini train research finishes, which will be any moment now, we will start building the trains themselves, and then shortly after that, we should get the signal research. Who knows what you have to fly back and forth 14 planets for that to make it work? Yeah, I have no idea what Bob's is like nowadays. It's probably even worse than it used to be. And I never really played it very much back in the day. Okay. We need to spend another 100 science packs to get automated rail transport. But first, let's get our trains. That should do it fine. I need to automate green circuits and gear wheels somewhere just to make handcrafting a little bit less insane. Yeah, to really make this exciting, I should have went for the Lazy Bastard achievement. Anyway, there's our mini locomotive. Isn't it cute? Yeah, Lazy Bastard runs are fun, but I don't want to do one with this mod set. Not right now. Maybe someday. I've done at least 2 or 3 different Lazy Bastard runs over the years. And I don't think a single one of them has been completely mod-free. Well, that's not true. The only ones I've done that are completely mod-free were done when I wasn't using the Steam version of the game, so. There's a mini cargo wagon. These things are tiny. Okay, as soon as I get some rails, though, we can actually start laying out the stations. Oh, perfect. This is perfect. Now, yeah, the cargo wagon will go up here, or the train will go up there somewhere. Strong point's low on coal. That should tide it over for a while. Okay. Boom. There's the train. Getting fuel to refuel these can be annoying, isn't it? Okay, anyway. That'll run up somewhere like that. And then get loaded into here. And then... Have I made a single splitter yet? I have not. Okay. Let's make a splitter. And we'll split some coal off and send it this way. Getting heat down the middle to heat the train fuel line is going to be interesting. Also, getting heat over here to heat the inserters won't be too hard, but we will only reasonably be able to have 2 inserters filling this instead of like 4 that we could have per side. Hopefully that's plenty. Alright, anyway. You... are being a little chilly. Need to heat that back up. Okay. Now. Splitter there. Split off just coal. Send it this way. We'll have to run heat pipes over the top and then down the middle. Means I might need to put the second... I was going to put the second rail here and only leave 2 tiles between. But I think I'm going to have to leave 4 between because I want fuel. And then we'll need to run a heat pipe along with it. And then I will need to put long-handed inserters on one hand fueling this train and normal inserters on that side fueling that train. Something like that. And then for the inserters, we're going to have undergrounds so we can pop over and heat them up. Okay, it won't be too bad. But then this rail is going to be the copper train. And then I'm going to tear out this abomination eventually, and we'll put the copper stack over here. And I think eventually means as soon as it finishes automated rail transport. How much does this thing need? 75? Okay. We can probably grab... enough green science out of here. Well, we're going to have enough materials to make the green science. We'll be able to handcraft the green science to finish that research while this is torn down. Alright. Now we just need train stations. Now we just need train stations. Also, I need to run this power a little differently. Until we have the train stations that can index the trains properly, I'm not going to continue building this. But yeah, the copper is going to go right here. And then we'll have to run a copper belt up. Which I suppose I could get started on. I probably should continue using this heating tower. To run the copper pipe. Or run the copper, not pipe, but the copper belt. We can put the copper miners right here. Run the copper belt up right along this side. And then send it over. Using the same heating pipe. Heating pipes. We're gonna need one. Okay, I need to build more heat pipes. We're gonna need a lot of them. Wait, how many does this blueprint need? 94, okay. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot of them. Oh, I don't have enough copper. I should have built more copper a long time ago. Grab that copper, they don't need that. Okay. How are we doing for ammo at the outpost? It's down to 34 from 40 where it was when I last checked it. Let's top it off. I do want to add another strong point over here somewhere. Like, I don't know, like there maybe? Nowhere close to enough ammo. Okay. Looks complete except for the lights. Give it a little bit of oomph. And I need to build more poles, which needs more copper. Okay, that's gonna start honking as soon as it's... I don't have nearly enough ammo to fill that up because I forgot to fill the ammo production box. So we're running ammo down there for a while. Shut that up. Or I could handcraft some, I suppose. was a blessed second of silence. It'll quiet down eventually. Any minute now. There we go. Now, let's stop dumping ammo on the belt. Lovely. Okay, now, 2 strong points. They should protect the bottom of the base more or less. That one might be misplaced or something, but we won't know until it's attacked, I suppose. I should get more labs. Go check on the coal up here at the power plant. We should definitely deliver more coal to the power plant. Okay, that's better. How are we doing on power? Pretty good. Lovely. All right. Yeah. Let's put a light down here if I can. So, part of the reason why I turned the minimap off for this run is because combat in the dark is really hard. Combat in the dark with a minimap is not nearly as hard. Because you can just watch the red dots move around on the minimap. It turns out you can avoid them pretty effectively. When you can't see the red dots on the minimap, it just adds a little bit more excitement to the whole thing. I'm probably going to regret that decision later. All right. It doesn't actually seem like we're getting pollution on that nest. Kind of interesting. I should wander around the perimeter of my kingdom and make sure nobody's done anything naughty like expand into my area. It's really dark in here. Oh, there's some uranium down there. Nice. I would really like to get nuclear power up someday. That would make it very easy to heat my base. Or at least much easier. Okay. Kinda hard to see where things are. I should probably get radars going to scan the area. The problem with that is they take a lot of power, and I don't want to waste my power generation capacity on radars. Anyway, it doesn't look like there's anything too exciting within range of the pollution cloud. At least nothing that I didn't know about. Ah. The science area froze over again. Let's get a second lab. I'm pretty sure that this can't supply a second lab with red science, but we can handcraft red science easily enough. Okay. Oh, yeah. It needs to be heated. There's not a good place to hook onto the heat from over there, so we'll just put it over here. And then let's handcraft some red science. And while we wait for that to happen, I'm going to start tearing out the green science build. Okay. Go dump red science over here. Oh, you need power, of course. Okay. This should double the speed of research for rail transport. Good. Okay. One, two. Alrighty, let's start getting the heat pipes in place. Oops. Do not overwrite other parts of the blueprint. That is bad. Okay. Most of the heat pipes. Do not make that many heat pipes. Alright. I need undergrounds. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 8 of them or something. Okay. Now, let's go check on the other lab. Can't put it there because it needs to be heated. Okay. I need more red science made. See how that works. Okay. Very nice. All right, now, why are you not power? I see. There we go. Okay, this needs to be hooked up to a heater. Why is it so dark? Because I cut the power line, that's why. Lovely. Now, that's hooked up to power. This is all lit up. I need to reorganize everything about this. Very badly. We need a copper line and an iron line. They really should have a separate coal line. But failing that, the copper line and the iron line need to have their coal pre-integrated. I think is what I'm going to end up doing. And they need to be run... That is the coal on stronghold number 1. Okay. Okay. I don't mind where the heating tower is, but I mind how everything around the heating tower is set up. This pretty much all needs to be torn out and redone. I'm going to stop feeding this heating tower, and we're going to let this place cool down. Tear out our copper production. How many... Okay, that should be plenty of mining drills then, for now. I need to design a better mining setup. Okay, so mining heat. I think we'll do this. Then for power, just do that. This isn't terribly tileable. That's a good start. I don't want to place it here though, I want to move it over. So we'll just grab a blueprint of that for now. It's not finished, but when I remove the coal miners, it'll go more or less where they're at. That can be pulled in. Those can be ripped out by the roots. Get some more ammo going. All right. I do have a splitter, so that's good. We'll use the, we'll mine coal, we'll split it. Half will go into the copper line, half will go into the iron line and go up here. And then we'll have an overflow for the coal that will then go into a chest. Means I need 2 splitters. Minimum. Additionally, all these extra electric poles gotta go. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the heating tower right where it is, but everything else around it is gonna move. As soon as it runs out of heat and things freeze over, we're gonna tear all this out. Okay. Got 18 mining drills. I'm gonna start by tearing out the coal drills. Okay. I want this copper line, or this heat pipe to be over 1. So I'm going to run some alternate power lines. There we go. I don't want this over to be over 1 tile over, actually, for reasons. Okay, you will go right there. Oh, damn it. I forgot that I need to heat these in the middle. Okay, well this wonderful miner plan isn't going to work after all. So, paste this somewhere where I can see it, and we'll modify it. Somewhere where I can see it has to be over top of ores. Did you get some sleep? No? Good night. Cyan Kairos? Hope I didn't mangle that too badly. Anyway. Have a good night. Yeah, let's go paste this over top of this over here, I guess. Oh, thank you very much for the follow. Greatly appreciate it. We'll move this down by a tile. That'll allow us to sneak heat in between these two. And I think we're going to have to do undergrounds the whole way. Which means it's going to be fun fitting power in here. We'll worry about that in a minute. So I put a power pole there and a power pole there. Yeah, that'll cover it well enough. That'll work. This won't. But the rest of it will. And I guess we could do that. Really, no, because we won't be able to heat the middle tile. Yeah, doing miners with heat pipes is a pain in the butt. But I think this is going to be what we're going to have to do. Go ahead and pull this mess up. That can go there. Add in our heat pipes. Okay. Need another underground. And then from here we can just do the standard. Except that's not how I want to run this, because I was going to run the copper line right up alongside this heat pipe right here. So I guess we're not doing that after all. We'll run the copper line up the other side over here on its own heat pipe. Okay, so this can go across the top. And that'll be for the next row. Yeah. We'll run the heat pipe like this. We'll leave a space right through here for the copper line. And then the next row, if we need it, can go on the outside of that. And this will hook up like so. And all will be right in the world. Sort of. Meanwhile, the biters are evolving. Don't worry, they totally won't show up in force and eat us any minute now. Okay. Now, we need to have 2 splitters in a row, pretty much. The first one will be the overflow for boxing. The second one will be for various other things. Put some lights in here. So it's not so damn dark. Okay, you have output priority right. And then that is going to go direct into a box. Okay. It looks like we're running out of heat. So what was I going to do? I can move this over one tile. Boom. Okay. Now this one goes this way. We meet up with the iron ore that's coming in. And actually, we're going to do like that, so I can run this heat pipe over there for now. Okay. And then this one will go down over there for the copper. And we're going to pull off of the copper line to feed this. Okay, read temperature. And then boom. Okay. That should heat those two up. Give it a little bit of heat to get it going. Okay. That is the coal level for the other stronghold. Okay, we haven't had to refill that one yet. Give him a little more ammo. Okay. Beautiful. That's mining. Now, a copper ore is going to come up through here, like so. And I think I'm going to modify this a little bit so that we have a little bit more room to work with. Okay. Now, that is the power plant coal. I still have enough coal to go fill that. Not as much as I'd like to fill it, but we'll fill it some. And then we really need to get back to boxing coal soon, which I think is already happening. Okay. Yeah, we are putting coal into a box. I do need a bigger inserter, faster inserter for that, but we don't have them researched yet. Soon, TM. Okay, now. I don't want to combine these. Or rather, how can I combine these without it taking up too much space? Okay, you're gonna have to move. You can go there. And you can go there. Alright. That will do it. Okay. I didn't really consider how I was going to run the rail lines out of here either. I guess they're going to have to go that way? Oh yeah, okay, this will be fine. This heat pipe's gonna come down. Hopefully we have enough heat pipes to get this all running. Because it's gonna take a lot of heat pipes to fuel. Here. You can have some coal as a treat. There we go. This is a rather large network it's sharing across here, so it'll take it a little bit to heat up. Gonna have to rearrange this down here. And then I need to put a inserter here that is filtered to only take coal. Okay. There's the train fuel. The copper furnaces are slowly unfreezing. Taking what? 4 stacks now? Dumped into this heating tower? Plus how much it's pulling off this heating tower? Alright. Send that down a bit. little vertical flip. Boom. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. Blueprint is the crappy old junk one that didn't take everything into account. All right. Oops. That was disconnected for some unknown amount of time. I need copper. And apparently the only way I'm going to get copper is if I hand carry the ore. So... go ahead and dump some ore into here. It shouldn't take long at all. And that'll get me enough copper to build more heat pipes, which I desperately need to finish this bit over here. Alright, there goes copper ore. How's the outpost doing for supplies? Not great. It's about to start honking at me. Doing okay for ammo, though. Let's grab more coal and dump some in there. The main menu is glorious with the Frozen Novice mod. So quiet on some of them. Yeah, they really didn't design those to be frozen, did they? Some of them, the biters just show up and eat everything before it ends. Don't tell me I'm infecting you, Poison. You have my deepest and most sincere condolences. Oh, I had 20 automation packs in my inventory. I should have put those in there a long time ago. What am I doing? All right. That should be enough. Actually, that's a lot of copper. Okay, I think our copper problems are about over. Thank goodness. Now. Well, this iteration of copper problems anyway. I don't think we'll need to make more automation packs. Get automated rail transport. But I guess we'll find out. Got plenty of iron for the moment. Yeah. Alright. And now we wait for that science to finish. The cloud continues to grow. Okay. Oh, what's this doing over here? Clean this mess up a little bit. You need a light. The iron side needs to be improved. The copper side has more capacity than it has now, which is not the way things are supposed to be. I think we're okay on stone for the time being. Let's just remove that. Clean things up a little bit. Dump a couple of gun turrets over here just for emergency purposes. There. If those actually get attacked, I kind of want to know about it. I don't think I can detect if the gun turret's shooting or not. I could read ammunition, and if it's less than the amount I put in, send a warning, but that would be... Well, actually what I could do is use a memory cell, read ammunition. If the ammunition drops, then alert. If the ammunition stays the same for more than X amount of time, clear the alert. And that would be a self-resetting attack alarm. You need a memory cell, you need a timer. It wouldn't be that hard to do. You just have to reset the timer every time that the ammunition amount changes. And then every time the timer ticks over. You wouldn't really want to... Yeah, you wouldn't want a repeating timer. You'd want a delay more. But a delay that clears itself and resets every time you trigger it. Anyway, advanced material processing. Which means we can finally build train things. Okay. That goes there. That goes there. Okay. Iron loading. You are copper loading. I wish I could save colors to like a palette and name them. So I could have like iron and copper and, you know, common colors like that named and ready to go. Okay. Now. Let's put a little tiny bit of fuel in the train. Are you past that station? Iron loading. Go to. Okay. Lovely. Gonna put that right there. And then you can go right there. And then we take a pair of long-handeds. I realize I had already. And they will go there. Okay. There we go. Do not put coal in there, please. Thank you. Now, how do I want to do this exactly? So if we can heat those two from the outside edges, but these inner ones could not be heated. So we'll just do two on the inside like this, and then do an underground belt. Actually, I would rather do the underground belt one up, like so. Boom. That'll heat both of those quite nicely. Okay. Add station, iron loading, weight condition, full cargo. Add station, copper loading, weight condition, full cargo. Lovely. Oh, of course, I forgot about that. We need to heat up these so they can load those trains with excitement as well. Okay, we have iron and copper trains available. Sort of. There we go. And there we go. Now, the idea here is that one of these lines is in and one of these lines is out, and we're going to have to add some stackers to this. Because I'm probably not going to be satisfied with just one of each train. I probably want at least two. Okay. Now, I need to automate all this shit very badly. So those are two-way. I don't see a need to let more than one train through this junction right now. We could probably do some fancy shenaniganry to make it a little bit more efficient, but it's not worth it. Yet. Probably never, because we only have two trains ever waiting in there. Okay. Now. Unfortunately, even though we could put them right next to each other, that is a bad idea. For reasons of signaling. There's the main power plant warning us again. Let's go ahead and build an Another train. I am out of steel. Really? Well. Let's set up a quick steel furnace and then let's go take care of our power needs. Really? Okay, that'll work. Get some coal. That's lots of coal. That should fix all of our issues. Head north and shut this up. Alright. We're still doing pretty well on power. I really need to research the steel power pole bullshit too. That's gonna like make my life so much easier. Not having to do these shitty power poles and do the good ones instead. How much steel do they need for a train? 15. Okay, not too bad. Yeah, because the idea was I wanted to see how much train I could fit in here. Okay, we do not need very large stackers at all. Stronghold ammo low. Go fix that real quick. We need to research walls. And start actually building them soon. Good to see the stronghold is doing its job though. Okay, that's finished mining out. There's coal around it. Produce more stuff. Let's extend the power. So we can extend light down into this area. Oh, that's right. I was waiting for steel. Okay. Now, that goes on to there. Okay. I think that's about where it'll end up. Which means that this okay, you know what? If it wasn't for signals, we wouldn't even have to have it bumped out nearly this much. But alas, signals are a bit tyrannical about where they go. Oh, come on. There we go. Now, standard rail signals. One goes there, one goes there. I should be able to fit these in here nicely. Yep, these little guys can just sit right there. These little trains are so tiny, I love them. Yep, they fit right in there. Perfect. Okay. Two waiting bays. Two loading bays. Why is this a chain signal? That should not be a chain signal. That should be a standard signal. Okay. Chains in. Standards out. Simple rules. Alright, now. Now we just have to decide where all we need these trains to go. First, let's fix their colors. Iron should be... Oh, I don't know. What color should iron be? Sort of a bluish color. Bluish purple. I don't remember what the traditional color I usually used for iron was. That'll do well enough. And then for copper... we want kind of a pinkish color. Not yellow, maybe a little orangey. That looks coppery enough for my taste. Okay. Lovely. Now I just need places where I actually need these materials. To summon trains. I need to decide how I want to run my main route. I want to do a vertical, or like a north-south spine and branch everything off of that. Kind of like I did in the last one. Or I could do an east-west spine with the ore loading at the end. The vertical spine has some benefits, maybe. Okay. There's no reason to leave a gap between these except because of signaling at junctions. So I guess we'll leave a gap. Yeah, that looks a little nicer with a slightly flatter curve. And then this. Is the double track main into the distance. And I believe I run out of rail. Alright, let's go get more steel. Really need to get advanced material processing going. But that means I need to reset up green science, which I probably should do anyway. Okay. We're gonna build this really terrible, ugly roundabout thing that no rational person should ever want to have. Okay. How do I need to signal this? Researching land support automation felt weird, but it was necessary. Yep. It is just a thing you've got to do. I mean, technically you don't have to. However, I really would not want to be having to do that. it would be interesting not to, in all the wrong ways. Okay. That's good enough for now, DM. And I wish the player didn't have all around light on themselves. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a mod to remove that. But really it would be... The beginning of the game would be absolutely obnoxious if you couldn't see at least a little bit around yourself. Plus, just wait until you try to go fight biters in the dark. It's an experience. You can't see past the end of your nose. There's big worms over here somewhere, or maybe over there somewhere, or who the hell knows where they are, because you can't see them. Salvoing you. Yeah. You pretty much have to build little turret fortresses. And then try to push up and build another little... It's an experience. All right. Let's get some more rails. Get some power poles. I'm going to run power down the middle of my railway. Largely so I can run lights down the middle of the railway. Because this is going to be the heart of my base right here. Speaking of which, I need to build more lights. I need to automate lights eventually. That is only a 1 cluster. I could probably go knock it out. This one's a 3, looks like. So yeah, I'm not doing too badly. I'm on default biter settings, which definitely makes it easier. I did briefly think about ratcheting it up and decided that I'm not that kind of masochist. If I do challenges, I like them to be interesting challenges, not hard challenges. Okay. I really wish trains weren't baked so hard into the roots of the engine. Because it'd be very cool if you could do narrow gauge rail lines. Yeah, I do have to admit, in the original challenge run that this is a variation of, you know, the first time I did it, the no trees thing was purely intended to be for flavor. I did not even think about pollution until I was into the game. And then it was like, why am I being swarmed? Oh no. This has been very chill so far. comparatively. I don't really want to set up a full junction. No. Okay, you know what? These trains are so darn short. Uh-oh. Who's getting eaten? I see. Okay. That's some sign that it's time for walls. Because I can't fit another turret in here in the corner without doing heat pipe stuff I don't want to do, so... Well, walls are in the research queue. I guess I'll just have to keep an eye on that for now. Anyway, these darn trains are so short that I can just slap little siding stations on here. No problem. That's going to be a little too short to make a proper station, though. Okay, how much space do these take up? They take up 2 tiles less than 2 cargo wagons for a full train. Okay. Actually, wait a second. Can I? No, because then I can't put a signal up against that. I'd really like to do this, but I can't put signals between these two. That is stronghold coal low. Looks like stronghold number 2. Let's go grab some coal and go fill it up. That's a lot of coal I just grabbed. Okay, stronghold number 1. Actually, you were the one who's low on coal. Okay, what about stronghold number 2? You are also not exactly high on coal. Okay. You played Alone in the Dark? This isn't that? I don't know. I seem to be pretty alone, and it's dark. Hello, Sealith. I named the save of the first challenge run that I did with settings similar to this, Alone in the Dark. And so, I don't know, I liked the name and it stuck. Wait, I can't connect this to the other... Oh, it must be a signaling issue. Oh, I see, okay. I was thinking it was the other way around for some reason. Yeah, it's not a signaling issue, it's a... Signaling is showing things correctly. Oh. Yeah, I'm a dum-dum. I don't... Well... I wish you could do slightly tighter turns. That seems huge, but also not that bad. Alright, we can just tee them off like that, and they can go up there and turn around and come back. Okay, that looks about right. Are we picking them a bit too far with it? Well, okay. We may have went a little farther this time. These are heat pipes. I don't know if you played much Factorio Space Age, but there is a planet where you need to put heat pipes beside everything you build, keep them from freezing over. And I may have found a mod that brings that to Novice. Whereupon I went, wow, that's really cool. I should use that for an Alone in the Dark run. And here we are. With a lot of heat pipes and heating towers all over the place. Our little turret setups each have a heating tower in the core to keep them from freezing over. It's was definitely a choice. Been interesting so far, I guess. Okay. Yeah. Standard signal in, chain signal out. Okay. Standard signal in, chain signal out. Okay. And actually, that's going to make turret walking offensive slow and expensive with the warm-up delays? Probably. Let's not think about that right now. At least you don't have to warm up signals. That would be extra interesting. Okay, I think I want those to be chain signals, actually. Okay. A chain signal in. Chain signal's there. Chain signal's there. This should be a standard signal. That should be a chain signal. Or this should be a standard signal. That should be a chain signal. Chain signal. Okay. I just need to duplicate this. Because I'm going to want 2 rails here. Of course I don't have enough rails. Imagine having to clear snow off the tracks. No. Let's not think about that either. Thankfully, the Factorio devs are kind souls who did not inflict such horrors upon us. Okay, you know what? I like everything this side of that. I'm going to change this a little bit. Like so. And that should get us our copper and iron on loads right there. Which are right beside the loads, but anyway. I'm mostly doing this just to design the stations, not because I'm actually intending to use it like this. I want to be able to blueprint it. That should be good. Now, oops. Okay, now. Chain signal, oh, regular signal, regular signal, regular signal, chain signal, chain signal, chain signal. That has to find a path out to the main line. Okay. So they can enter from the north, go to either bay, and then they have to exit south. Which means we do need a turnaround on either end for this station design. Which isn't ideal, but also I could do what I did in the original now that I think about it. And that was for the initial early game section, all the stations curved the same way. And then I could pack them in much more tightly. Like that. Now that should be my... Yep. Looks like a large enough box. Okay, that should be my motherboard. I'm going to go grab that. I will be right back. And until I return, enjoy shrimp. Make sure they don't get up to anything that they shouldn't when I'm gone. All right. Now, the only thing that's waiting to be delivered is the KVM. Let's see if USPS has bowed to reality on that topic yet. Nope, they say it's going to arrive today. I call bullshit on that. Because according to their tracking website, it hasn't even reached the state yet. But we'll see. All right. I can't fit a signal right there. I can fit one here, though. Okay. That'll kind of work. It at least splits the lines apart. Oh, I need to change back to the game camera. There we go. All right. Yeah. I think this junction will kind of sort of work. It's compact. It's got that going for it, I guess. Yeah, so they have to exit back up to the turnaround. Which is not ideal facing this direction. It'd be better facing the other direction. Which is good because I'm going to grab it and flip it around and put it on the other side. Okay. But I don't actually want that over there. I mean, I kind of do, but it's taking up more space than I really wanted. And yeah. We'll go jam it over on the other side where it really belongs. Of course, the big problem with that design, it can only be accessed from one direction. So if anyone is coming in from the outside for any reason, it won't be able to unless it turns around, which I'm going to go ahead and make this into a turnaround down here. Which means I might need to move some of this crap around to make it work. Okay. Yeah. All right. This is all gotta go. The end result will be a much better block of rail, though. I really don't like roundabouts. That's not how you do rail lines. Thank you very much. But for this situation, where I need to turn around at either end of a main line that, well, it's not really even a main line, I guess. It's hard to get much better than that. Okay. Now, let's hope during that time we were messing around that we got some steel. Well, we got a little bit of steel. Let's top off its coal. There we go. Will do. All right. Not terribly well signaled either, but it should function, and that is all that really matters. Okay. I'm just going to move that signal back there and leave it like it is. Okay. Add a little bit of light on the situation. Beautiful. Now, be good enough for now. We're not laying out a huge rail line or anything. We're laying out a spine for a factory. And that looks like about the right size. Okay. Neatly snipped. Pruned out anything that doesn't need to be there. boom. Now we just add signals. And we're done. Except for adding any signals we may put up and down the spine here. Add a bit of light. Okay, now. Oh, come on. Why not? I forgot about that annoying restriction. All right. Well then. Pardon me while I remove the damn rail signals so I can flip this thing. I'll just have to re-signal it afterwards, which isn't that big of a deal. More important to get the rail layout correct. Okay. Pain signal in. Pain signal there too. This is a normal signal. Pain signal there. Standard signal, standard signal. Standard signal. I'm running out of iron. Let's go grab some. We have plenty available. Just not in my inventory. Anyway, now that we have our train backbone built, we can start engaging in proper industrial design. I think I need to back this out manually. Okay. Go, mini train, go. Okay. It needs to be one tile longer. Due to the station's restricting rail usage. Okay. I really need a couple of these trains for testing things, but I think that should be enough space. Barely. So. Chain signals out. Here we have chain signals both ways. And these chain signals will go to there. Effectively. Okay. Actually, I kind of want this to be a chain signal so it doesn't block this sector. That's why I want these to be chain signals too. But I don't want anybody blocking the intersection if they can't go all the way through it. Alright, that should be okay. Now, you are iron unloading. Otherwise the same. You are copper unloading. Okay. Now you... I need some kind of siding where I can store trains. That's not the loading waiting bay. Yeah, screw it. We'll have him go to the loading waiting bay. Alright, now. Oh, we need coal up here as well, and I don't have a coal loading. Okay. Well, we need a coal station. It'll just have to go right here. That is the main power plant yelling. Really? I put a huge amount of coal in there the last time I was up there. I thought. I need to get a train going up to the main power plant to dump coal. So we'll have to put in a coal station up here somewhere. Because going to take care of that manually is not ideal. I probably should just put a track headed north and go around the top of the lake. And then put a station over here. Just dead end the track right there for now. So what I'm going to do down here is I'm going to bring those over here. Probably just curl it up and dead end it right here. I don't have enough rail for that. But I can always make more. I've got to get steel furnaces going. I need to stop screwing around and actually start producing things. He says, having no intention of actually stopping screwing around. Quite the opposite. Plan to continue messing around with train stations for some time to come. Okay. Now, you shouldn't be... Yeah, exits are supposed to be standard signals. There we go. I think this should go one tile farther. Like that. Yeah, that looks much better. Okay, good. Now, there's no reason for chain signals and stuff here, but we're doing it anyway. And I am way short on steel to make another train, so congratulations. You are going to be the coal train. All right. Drive this back out onto the main. So it's not stuck somewhere. Okay, you are coal loading. And your color is black. Now, instead of loading coal into a box, now that coal will head out this way. And I believe this corner right here is frozen. Yes, it is. Okay. That fixes that problem. Okay, now. Not the most idealist setup. But it will do. That's getting pretty far away from the heating tower. Not too far or anything, it's just pretty far. Okay. Add station, coal loading. Add weight condition. Full cargo. Oh, I want to... refuel the train here too. Well, refueling the rear engine should be easy enough. Boom, there we go. Refueling the front engine will be a little more exciting. Take a splitter. I'll put the splitter right there. No, that's not gonna make any difference. Yeah, if it's only getting one-sided, then we're gonna have trouble. So I think we're gonna have to do a second splitter and put in a balancer. Which isn't the end of the world. Where did that underground was? Oh. Alright, well give me an underground because we need to get heat over to this side. And then you go there. Okay. Out of heat pipes again. All right, beautiful. Oh, that's something I didn't really consider. If we end up dealing with particularly interesting belt machinery, trying to get weaving heat pipes through it is going to be an extra layer of difficulty, shall we say. Alright, well, we've got a place where we can load coal trains. That's what matters. Let's put a light over here. Now, let's go set up a way to unload those coal trains at the main power plant. I don't have to keep hauling coal up there manually. Actually, no, it's not. It would be nice to do that. However, I need to get we're gonna call it. Okay. I need to set up a small siding type thing to bring in coal for heating this area. I kind of wish I designed this for 3 now. Okay, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to put in 3. Boom, there's 1 station. Boom, there's 2 stations. Boom, there's 3 stations. Coal, iron, copper. Okay. That should be enough room, I think. Now, it'll be barely enough room, I think. Make another train so we can test this. There we go. Okay. There we go. I don't have any fuel in my inventory. Fix that real quick. Okay, yeah, there's enough room to they clear the signals. That's what I was worried about. All right, actually, go to the center station. Yeah, it looks like they cleared the signals. Okay, good deal. All right. Now, let's see if I can manage to figure out how we're going to unload these damn things. Because I don't know if this is going to work. Because I got to bring in heat pipes to light these up. And I don't have an easy way to bring them into a too wide area. Unless Okay, actually. This one can go on the outside. This one can go on the outside. That makes it easy. However, these two cannot. So, to make them work, we can just put one on either side. Or we can just use one total. Which, since this is going to be powering the heater... Okay, you are going to be named Coal. Unloading. And your colors will be black. Okay, enable train limit 1. Enable train limit 1, because there's no unloading bays for these, so we never want more than one train try to come here. Alright. Otherwise they'll wait on the main line and that's bad. And honestly... No, unloading on this side's better. For reasons that we will get into shortly. Okay. Each will go there, I think. Okay. Now, let's set this up properly. And I need a warning horn. Go get some iron because I'm out of it. I'm going to want this thing to start honking away when its heat gets under a certain amount. Oh wait, I can't fit that through there. Oh. I thought these were only one wide for some bizarre reason. Uh-oh. I had to push these farther out. Because I can't get the heat in any other way. Well, there is one other thing I could do. I could push it forward like this. And then we put the heater core right there. Oops. Okay. Now, oh yeah, that was right. We can only do one because of restrictions. And then I can take a long-handed and grab off there. And then we take a speaker and stick it there. And you read temperature as T. You global alert, show alert. Oh, let's see. Oh, thermometer low is perfect for this. And we do... Okay. Circuit condition is T less than, let's do 50 as the minimum. And then your condition is T less than 100. Okay. Now, that'll let us squeak around like that. This is terrible throughput, to be clear. However, not like we have a whole lot of choice. I don't want to run this through. I have to go through here. All right. Goes across to there. And then this is going to go up and around through here, I guess. Not like there's any better approach. And that'll get us all the materials we need right here, including heat. This is an absolutely terrible way to unload trains. All right. Now, you get removed. I can paste this one over top and have the right train station name. You get a new station, full unloading, and then we want empty cargo. Boom. Accidentally had that backwards. Alright. Well, obviously none of this is going to work until I hook up electricity. And equally obviously, we need to thaw it out first. Okay. Let's go ahead and hook up the power. We're just going to start the warning horn honking because it's low temperature. And we give it a stack of coal. And that should be enough to start melting stuff around, right around the tower. Which should be enough to get the coal flowing and get it to continue powering up, hopefully. Yeah, there we go. It should shut up soon. I think. Damn it. Those two tiles aren't being reached. I can't get there easily either, so... Really unfortunate. If I could shift anything about this one tile down, it'd fix it immediately. Technically I could, because I don't need to have these in the middle of the train car. I could have them at the end. But also... Ugh. That would get us one more tile unfrozen, but that's not enough. That gets the whole thing unfrozen, but then this is frozen and there's no way to get heat in there. Man, we really need underground heat pipes. I bet you there's a mod for it, but no, I'm not installing it. Not yet, at least. Okay, well, there's only one possible solution. I don't like it, but we're gonna have to do it anyway. And that is to bulge this out a little bit. Okay. Yeah. I really didn't want to do that, but oh well, here we are. Well, actually, wait a second. If I go like that, then I can get rid of this entirely. And then I just need to figure out how to get power in here, which I can do by doing that. Which removes the bulge. Okay, that's much better. Okay. Now, to actually do what we were intending to do with all this train station bullshittery, which is science. I'm going to build half a standard unit, I think, of science, which is in this case 2.5 and 3 assembly machines, respectively. Yeah, I don't want to have a huge thing that I have to work. So we're doing 3 each assembly machines. And then, let's see. Run some quick calculations here. That gets we need half a standard unit of gear wheels, which is like a quarter of a thing or something. Copper plates is fine. Transport belts and inserters also use. One transport belt machine. Okay. So we need one standard unit. Actually, no. We need one. We need 0.75 standard units of gear wheels, I think. Because we need half a standard unit of gear wheels to make the inserters. We need half a standard. We need a quarter of a standard unit to make the transport belts. And then we need another half standard unit to make the automation science. So that would be 1.25 standard units. One gear wheel machine makes 2 standard units. Yeah. So we need 1 gear wheel assembler. That's all. Okay, I will take that. I'm just going to put these out in the open so I can remember what their ratios are. This is not the pattern we're going to build. Okay. Then I need half a standard unit of electronic circuits. Electronic circuits I made in half a second, which means we need 1 machine making electronic circuits, and it doesn't have to be running anywhere close to full capacity. So 1 circuit, 1 wire is plenty. That takes care of the inserters. That takes care of the transport belts. That's pretty much everything. Then we need 1 thing making transport belts, 1 making inserters. Yeah, and we'll be way overproducing both of those. Okay. So copper's coming up the outside. Now, let me think. We're going to be using a lot of long-handed inserters so we could reach over heat pipes here, aren't we? Oh, what's that? Strong point coal low. All right. Which one? Stronghold number 2. Grab some more coal out of our coal chest that's over here that we're not filling anymore and really should be. Okay, repair the turrets. Stronghold number 1 looks like it hasn't taken any real damage for a while, so that's good. How are we doing pollution-wise? Okay, we're not really running anything at any kind of capacity, so it's kind of hanging out, I guess. As soon as we start doing science and stuff like that, it's going to ramp up again now. All right. So we'll grab copper, produce copper wire. You stuff copper wire into that machine. You will grab iron, stuff it in the machine. And that gets us our circuits, which we will stuff into a machine over here to make inserters. Now, gear wheels. I'm going to produce them right here. And we're going to feed the gear wheels on the iron plates onto the same belt. Okay. Now, and a lot more heat pipes. I don't think we actually need the coal up here for anything. So I'm just going to dead end the coal here for now. And if I need it up there, I can always change my mind. Copper. We'll go up there. Do I want to run the copper up inside? The copper has to go past and to wherever we're making red science. Really, I should be putting the gear wheels on the copper line. You know what? I'm going to change the way this runs. We're going to run the copper past here. Okay. That unfreezes that line quite nicely. We'll cross the lines here. we'll run our heat in there. Now, that'll run in like that. Perhaps. Grab off that line. Actually, I kind of want to move this up to... That goes there. Then we can run our heat in there. Like so. And that'll allow us to wiggle the heat out here as well. Lovely. I don't like anything about how that was running. I could do that, that'd be great. But I don't think I can... I don't think I can do this. No, because that's gonna... This is gonna be on the wrong side of the belt. I could move this out another one. And then do that. Like so. That would be an immediate improvement. And we'd have gear wheels and copper on this line. And we would have iron by itself on this line. For now. Now to actually put that there to make sure we have iron consistently on the one side of the belt. Which actually will make no difference whatsoever because of how we're unloading the train. So yeah. Okay. Boom. There's that. You guys can get wrecked. This. Can go over there for now. It's got to move another tile at least away. Okay. So this will assemble transport belts, which will get the iron and the gear wheel, some gear wheels and some iron. And then this, it's gonna have to output that way, I think. Man, this is some amazing spaghetti. I don't think I've made spaghetti this good for a very, very long time. Of course, that depends on how you define good. All right. I'm going to move this one tile out. That way I can use a long-handed to reach over the heat pipe. Unfortunately, that's going to put it on the inconvenient side of the belt. However, that can be fixed. If I move this up one more tile, then I can get the temperature in there like so. But that's not going to take care of this situation. We'll move you over one more tile. And I need to go get more supplies. Alright. I need to get into here. Unless I move this up one, and then we can get into there. And that might unfreeze it all. Indeed it did. Okay, good. Am I forgetting anything? This one needs iron. So yes, I am forgetting something. However, iron is available. I just have to rearrange things a little bit. Okay. Let's go ahead and call the trains in. Add station. Copper unloading. Add weight condition. Empty cargo. You. Add station. Iron unloading. Add weight condition. Empty cargo. Okay. I really need fast inserters. Like really, really, really badly. That's actually going to be the bottleneck for our science production here. It's going to be inserter speed. But anyway. Okay. Oh. You know, it would help if I actually put in the inserter that's supposed to be moving the copper over. Okay. We've got iron, we've got copper, we've got... Oh, we need gear wheels on here too. Derp. And it's too far away to reach. Well, at this point, there's not a whole lot I can do about that. Other than do some splitter and extra belt shenanigans that I don't have the room for. Okay, give me a splitter. It'll actually work thanks to an interesting artifact of the way I set the belt sides up. If I split that, and then split that. Okay. There's our green science belt. Here's our red science belt. And what I'm going to do for those is I'm going to I need 3 assemblers of each. Do I have enough assemblers in the first place? I don't think I do. Almost. Okay. Okay, so if I run a heat pipe up the center like this, and there's one, there's the other. The outputs are going to have to run up the outside, which is its own kettle of worms. I'll have to do something like that. Get the heat pipe through. Okay. Heated. Okay. Power there and there, power there and there. And then on the outputs. We're going to have to do something very similar. Okay. Go get more materials. All right. That should do. You output there, you output there, you output there. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Now, hook that up to the heat. Hook that up to the heat. The power plant is out of electricity, or out of coal again, or low on coal again. Let's go grab the remainder of the boxed coal. And I can just set up another chest for it. Alright. I need to go add lights to that so I can see in there properly. It is still warming up at the extremities, so I might not need to increase the overall tower temperature. We'll see. It's slowed down pretty hard. Okay, I think we're going to have to increase tower temperature. Okay, let's set it to 125. The emergency 50-degree temperature is more, if it reaches that temperature, then we can't unload the trains, kind of thing, than anything. And unloading the trains is all that's going to keep the tower fueled, because, like, if this leaves in the middle and it runs out of coal and the edges of the factory start to chill, that's not a big deal. If it comes back, if it doesn't come back with coal in time for the core of the factory to not chill, that's a bigger problem, because then I'll have to come manually deal with it. That's why that's at a relatively low temperature. Okay. Underground belch. Let me think. These are all going to be on the outside lane, which means the bottom lane, which means we don't need to do anything special here. Except, you know, provide heat. Something that I keep forgetting. In the most annoying manner possible. Okay. That should warm up shortly. And then we can put in... Actually, I didn't really have to bump that out. Because I can do... We don't have that many labs. I can chain them off a single inserter without too much trouble. Speaking of which, let's go grab the labs and bring them up there. Okay. Now, where all can I stuff lights? There's a couple good places. Oh, I need to run an underground through here yet. Alright. Science is running. And it's not completely insane. Also, this should have been running like hours ago, but... well... not exactly the most efficient gamer in the world when it comes to Factorio. Now, I need to add a second coal station over here so that we don't have to worry about manually running coal to that all the time. As soon as I can research walls, we need to upgrade the defensive bastions. I'm going to have to put one here and one there for when pollution reaches north a little farther. Go over this way some. Okay. Thought I saw a tile flashing up over here and it was just expanding. Okay, we're good. Now, we definitely need more labs. Let's double our lab count. Oops. Didn't mean to do that actually. Oh well, it'll work out. Because now I can heat pipe it. Is there anywhere where I can get a reasonably fresh heat pipe down here? Because this is getting kind of snaky over here, and if I could get a fresh one straight from here without too much effort, I think I could if I just... do this. There we go. That should increase the heat a little bit. Now see, this is dropping temperature pretty quickly because the coal train is not here. The coal train's about half loaded. I should get at least another coal train waiting. Okay, we need to focus on getting some extra trains. I've got the parts for another coal train. So we'll go put that in place. Down here. It can safely wait on the main line. Global warming sim? No. It's global cooling sim. Far too cold here to call it global warming sim. Okay. Now, when that loads up and goes off to wherever it's going, which currently there's only one place to go, I should get another... I do have another locomotive in my inventory. I should build 2 of these. Whoa! Spiders from nowhere. Better than that, you. Okay. They were chewing on me. Okay. Get another train. Alright. That should not be a problem to have 2 of them waiting on the main line there, because this is a dead end. Yeah, because we need 1 here unloading to keep this place warm. Which it's rather rapidly losing heat. Okay, it's not too bad actually. You know, it would help do research faster if I hooked the power up. No. Okay, so we need to get another train station over here to unload fuel for this. So, for starters, I need to put another bastion over here or here. Do I have any loose turrets? Yeah, I have a couple loose turrets. We'll put a couple loose turrets down here just to be a tripwire. That should interrupt anybody coming for our main stuff. Okay. Do I have enough rail for this? That is an excellent question, and the answer is no. Not really. Okay, well, we can at least get that part of the junction done. Let's go grab some iron and some steel. Advanced material processing should be done soon. Oh, you ran out of fuel. Okay, well that's not going to help fuel production any now, is it? There goes a full train. That's good. I really need fast inserters because that would feel so much faster. Oh. Well, I think we'll have enough steel to build the rails I need, maybe. So I'm going to run the rails around the top over to here. But I think I'm just going to go ahead and tee them off here and just run a single track for now. And if I decide that was a bad idea later, then, well, that's future Milo's problem now, isn't it? Sucks to be that guy. Okay. pretty decent. There's our second coal unloading. I believe those tiles are correct for unloading from the train car. We only need one. Okay. Lovely. That should provide the coal we need. Until the train gets here, though, well, I'm going to remove that. I'm going to rebuild it as a buffer chest. Alright, and instead of measuring how much coal we have in the buffer, I'm going to change this to be another temperature thing. I think. Oh yeah, that's right, they're not items anymore. Advanced material processing, hell yeah, let's go. Alright, if P is less than, we'll set 60 as the limit here since this is more important. And it's also, okay. Then we do low temperature. There we go. And then for alarm, good old klaxon, global. Okay. Lovely. Okay, now, steel furnaces, let's go, make as many as I possibly can. Oh yeah, Wall's finished researching too. I need to go add them to the defenses. Okay, the first steel furnace goes there to make steel faster. Oh, we were attacked over here? That's not great. Okay. How many of these do I have? 7? Is the limiting factor stone brick probably? I should start stone brick production then. Let's see. Let's do this the really lazy way. Direct insert, straight from the miner. Okay. Then we'll unload. That should be good enough for now. Alright. I should have got that started earlier, but I didn't think about it. Go ahead and replace the steel furnaces, or the iron furnaces, with steel furnaces. The iron smelting stone furnaces with iron smelting steel furnaces. There we go. Lovely. Now, on the copper side of things, actually it looks like the limiting factor is steel. The very next thing we need to do is fast inserter. I'm going to jump it to the head of the line because electrical energy distribution is nice, but it's not as good as fast inserter. We need fast inserters badly. Kind of wish I'd left space for buffers here, but yeah. Train unloading is just going to be a nightmare for larger trains. Because, like, ow. Normally, you have, like, what, 6? Yeah, 6 inserters like this. The only thing I can figure out is you'll have to do 4 and bring heat pipes in like that. And then to add insult to injury, there's going to have to be a bunch of undergrounds involved to get out over top of the heat. So effectively, you're probably going to want to do like that and have undergrounds leading straight out. Except if you're going to want to do buffers, then you need to have a buffer, another inserter. Well, actually, you wouldn't need to... Well, yes, you would if you were doing any kind of like stack inserter or anything like that for like high throughput. You would need to insert directly onto an underground, so... Chest, inserter, underground, heat. And then the underground had to reach out here, and you have to have a big mess to put them all together and balance them and get stuff on the right sides of the belts. And yeah. Hopefully we won't have to worry about that too much. Okay, fast inserters. Hell yeah. I'm going to be running around placing these in strategic locations for a while. There's a variety of places that need them. For example, anywhere we load trains. Unloading, okay. Loading, we need them. Okay, now. Fast inserters go there. Fast inserters go there. Then we go down to here, to the coal. We're not getting enough coal out of that. Okay, let's go check the unloading bays to see if any of those actually need to be fast. They probably don't right now, because we're not exactly putting a huge draw on our production capacity. Let's go ahead and add more labs. Coal unloading, I would appreciate if that went a little faster. We don't need to go any faster to unload or to load the heating tower. Okay. It'd be kind of a cool mod. Make it so that any open water ices over slowly. Basically gets filled in with a ice-themed landfill. Slowly but surely from any edges. Unless it had heated pipes next to it. Then if you wanted to keep a bit of open water to pump out of, you'd have to run pipe there. Any lakes would start frozen over except... Well... Wait. What in the world? What is going on here? How did that happen? Okay, please explain in small words how we're getting science out of this. Okay. I really have to set up... Oh, how am I even going to do this? I was just thinking I need to set up crafting loops. So, like, sushi belts with a whole bunch of machines inside them that I can use to craft small amounts of a broader variety of things I need to build with. But I really do not have a crafting loop design that is heat pipeable without incredible amounts of modification. Because the normal pattern is like a belt. And then... Okay, let's go get more materials. And you're gonna have to craft a bunch of stuff anyway. I'm getting tired of handcrafting, so we need to figure this out. Okay. Normally I have a belt like this. And then a row of assembly machines like this. Two, a gap, and so on. And then in the middle of them, there are the inputs. And then roughly there is where the outputs normally go to reach over the edge and put stuff into chests out here. Strong point coal low. It looks like it's stronghold number 1. Let's go grab some coal from the coal bin. There, be silent. No one wants to hear about your problems. Okay. However, this would be very hard to heat. Oh, and then power would normally go in here. Using medium poles, so it extends over the whole thing. So what I'm thinking we're going to have to do is something like this, where we have a heat spine. The problem is sometimes you need 3 inserters along the edge of here, and that's really not going to work without shenanigans. No matter what I do, this is going to be way bulkier than I normally build it. Nope. Something got blew up. That looks suspiciously like it's at hole number 1. Yep. Alright, number 1 got eaten before. I need to get walls going. Electrical energy distribution is done. Let's go for... Oh... Let's get rid of all the... Let's take physical projectile damage. We should have got that earlier. That's a cheap, really good research. And then let's go grab stone bricks from the newly automated stone brick setup. I should probably automate walls there too, because we're going to need them. Gonna need them. This one's getting... Okay. We're definitely going to be started attacked from 2 sides now. Positive. Oh yeah, we're getting attacked from the north too. Damn it. Alright, I need to... Strong point ammo low. Gotta be this one. No, it's not that one. Really? Why'd you just start honking now? Okay, whatever. Be silent. Walls. Just a thin little wall like that will be all we need for a while. Particularly with physical protection. Let's get parts for another strong point so we can put it up by our... Okay. Inserters. I do have 1 warning horn. I need 2. I do have a chest. I don't think I have a spare heating tower right now. No, I do not. Lights, I've got them. Power poles. I should stop making those and start making mediums only. I don't think the mediums are that much more expensive. There are 2 steel plates and 4 iron sticks. Which, let's see, steel plates are how much each? 5. Okay, so they are about double the price. Little tiny bit over double the price of the basic pole. But it's not like ridiculously more. Okay, let's put the unloading inserters for the furnaces as fast. Because they need to be able to keep the belts full, even if the furnaces are backed up. And I should go add more miners. I need to tear these out and replace them with the better miner design I came up with later. Which I don't want to do. Yeah, let's go get defenses up to the north first. Because we're gonna get attacked from that direction soon. I can feel it. I didn't bring any fuel. Oh well, we've got ammo. That's what matters. Actually, it's not what matters, because if I end up without fuel, this thing isn't going to do anything. Yay, it's yelling at me about its coal being low. Okay, let's grab a little bit of coal from the power station. Alright, that should be enough to jump start it. Let's go get more coal and more ammo. And then we need to fix the iron situation because we don't have nearly enough of that right now. Okay. I need to put more iron in the ammo assembler, but I don't have the iron available. Yes, I know you're low on coal. Shut up. Okay. That should take care of itself now. Next thing's next. Iron. I do have miners on me. Okay. Alright, let's tear out this terrible miner design. Replace it with a much better one. I need more iron. I'm sorry, Iron Train, I need that. You'll just have to wait. Okay. Now. Okay, who's honking about what? Strong point ammo low in the north. Okay. Well, I can go give it more ammo. It's probably only a little low, if I had to guess. I need an underground here so I can get the heat through. Okay, iron's hooked up again. Now, I do have 100 rounds on me, so you can just go up north and dump that in the chest. Yeah, it wasn't so bad off. Alright, next up, let's take shooting speed 1. That's pretty useful against weak enemies, because you can blitz them down faster. Which, we've got a lot of weak enemies right now. I don't think spitters have appeared yet. Evolution factor is 0.12. Okay. It's getting there. This, children, is what happens if you dawdle around too much. The biters evolve, and then you start getting into trouble. Okay. Now. We need ammo, so let's dump that metal in there. We could probably get a couple more furnaces going. Or miners going. I believe that will work. Okay, I do have enough miners. I do not have the iron to make the heat pipes. That poor train's never going to get loaded. Okay. this. Everything will thaw out in no time. There we go. I really should put a couple turrets here at the base of it, or it'd be better, I should put in a another strong point down here. Oh yeah, these turrets are gonna be frozen, aren't they? Damn it, I just remembered some of the other turrets I placed down earlier. I bet they're frozen too. Yeah. Derp. Derp. And they were so close to being in a spot where they'd be unfrozen too. Okay. Well, I guess that's one downside of turning off the frozen building indicators. If you're stupid about placing something, you might not realize that it's not functional. Oh well. Okay, a couple emergency turrets set up. Prevent anybody who leaks past the big bastions from getting over here. Alright. Iron production has gone up considerably. That's good. I need to either move this over one tile. You know what? That is the right solution to this problem. Boom. Okay, you use filters. Pull, because we don't want stuffing copper in there somehow. Alright. I need to automate medium pulls. Speaking of which, let's go back up to our little automation problem and figure out how we're going to make generic assembly loops without too many compromises. Okay. Part of me wants to leave gaps like that. Then I can do things like wiggle this a little bit and get across between the two with... No. If I leave only a 2-tile gap, that's... I can still get across with a long-handed inserter. If I leave a 1-tile gap, there's no possibility of getting one-handed inserters across between two. 3-tile... it would work, but also... I think what I'd actually want to do then is wiggle the line up and down as we go across. Okay, but that would mean the center piece here is not heated. However, if I use all long-handed inserters, That would not make it any better. Except I could do funny things like that. That would actually work pretty well. And then I could heat it. I would just have to do them on the sides and leave the middle alone. In which case I could just go ahead and put power poles in the middle like that. But if I put power poles there, then it'd be dreadfully inconvenient otherwise. I think what I want to do is somehow figure out a way to get it to heat every other. So we can go to a pattern like this. Where we have a pipe, 2 inserters, a pipe, 2 inserters, and then 2 inserters, a pole. So the pipes and poles are every other. Like that. Which means this would be unheated. Unless okay. Standard input would be there. That's input off the belt. If I wanted the input from outside the belt, I could put one there. If I wanted to output to outside the belt, I could put one there. I could then run heat pipe in there, and it would fix our problem. I think I've got it solved. Yeah, we'd run heat pipes like this. The standard output square would be here. I will have to run another pipe up the outside. Like that. Okay, who's honking about what? Strong point ammo low at... Strong point 1, okay. Oh, that's why I didn't see the arrow. Okay. Yeah, strong point 1's getting hit. A lot. They're not really doing a ton of damage to the walls right now. So that's fine. We don't need to worry about it yet, but it is a concerning sign. Yeah, so it's going to be a lot bulkier than the normal pattern, but it will do. And additionally, I can take an underground like that, and then we can do a tie between the inner and outer layers. Okay. That gives us this. As our pattern. Beautiful. It's perfectly tileable, symmetrical, all that other bullshit. Beautiful. One assembly cell, there we go. Not quite done yet, though. Oh, wait. That one goes there. That one goes there. Boom, boom. Chests go out there. Actually, no, the chests can't go there because, damn it, the chests have to go here. We have to do that for the heating. Means that I think needs to be heated as well. No, that should still be diagonal contact. Okay. This is the pattern of beauty and power. Except I want to do the whole thing out here like this, which means that's gonna be, that's not gonna be, boom, okay. And then boom, boom. Okay, it should work that way. So then we put that like so. Yeah. That should be sufficient coverage. Get the whole thing heated. Okay. Okay. Now, I have to decide how big of a loop I want to build. First of all, let's blueprint this. Actually, I'm not quite done with this upon second thought. It needs to be wired. Did I come up with a better way to do this or not? I don't think I did. Read hand contents pulse. Read hand contents pulse. Okay. Oh yeah, I did too. Because I had read, I could do read belt contents. That was mostly reliable. Except it couldn't read splitters. Which is unfortunate and will eventually lead to issues. Okay. Now, let's go for... Oh, I need all these things. Let's go for projectile damage 2 because it's a good use for research and it'll give me time to get something working for... Should do a belt factory next. A belt and inserter factory. Which usually those are pretty easy to build and pretty compact, but also... Whew. They're going to be anything but with having to run heat pipes everywhere. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway. I'm going to set up a small production. Small production loop. To do specifically... belts and inserters. And power poles and a few things like that. Doing belts and inserters in a production loop seems inefficient. And it probably is. But also... yeah. It's going to be worse to build a specific purpose-built factory, I think. Unless I could cram it onto this factory without too much effort, I think. We do have a big area over here empty. And heat capacity. I can upgrade these unloaders. Too fast unloaders. That would give us a little bit more overhead. We do already have basic inserters and belts. We can just grab them off somewhere along here and ship them out. Well, probably grab them off the end, honestly. Ship them back down over here. Build splitters. Build fancier inserters. The real question is if I can get the iron and the copper out of here without too much fighting. The copper and the gear wheels, sure. The iron. Maybe with some redesigning. This factory's a mess anyway, so maybe it's better just to go design a better one elsewhere. Also, this station, it works for what it's for, but when I was originally laying it out, I didn't consider a few things that then came back to bite me. And this design is very suboptimal. Namely, there's not enough room to unload off both sides of the train because you can't get heat in here. So I really need to branch these out farther. Which is not great. I think we'll build something over here. We're definitely going to get attacked from all sides. Oh well. Okay. Do I have any rails? Yes, I do. Okay. Rail signals are another thing I need to automate. Is there anywhere where I could easily set up to grab electronic circuits? Not really. Oh yeah, you're another one who desperately needs fast inserters. I need to start just automating components, if nothing else. Okay, stronghold number 2 is out of ammo. Or low on ammo. Let's grab the metal. Dump it into the ammo production thingy. I forgot to do that earlier, I just remembered. Now let's go to stronghold number 2. Tell it to be silent. It looks like it's going to run out of coal soon too. We better grab some coal. Stronghold number 1. How are you doing? Better. Alright. Okay, now, grab some ammo for my personal weapon. I'd like a little more than 10 rounds, but that'll do, I guess. And okay, now, steel. The steel furnace is full. I need to set up a chest for it. Man, long-head inserters are the heroes of this run. Alright, let's make a bunch of rail. And then let's design a station. And once again, it's got to have all 3 of the main trained materials. I need 3 trains. It means I need more steel and iron and other such things. Okay, that should get us all the locomotives we need. Now we just need 30 steel plates, and we'll be able to build the mini cargo wagons. Meanwhile, we'll have to sit here and wait for all this stuff to craft. And wait. Wait, and wait, and wait, and wait. It'll only take about a year. Almost done crafting the rails I ordered. And in the meantime, we wait. And wait. And wait some more. Okay, but anyway. Do I have enough steel yet? Nope. Could run more than one steel furnace, but I don't want to do that right now. But at least order 2 of the mini cargo wagons. One thing you gotta be careful with, if too many of the coal trains are empty at the same time, I don't think there'll be enough space for them all to wait without backing up into the intersection. Currently we have 3 of them. So one waiting here, one waiting there, one waiting there. We can get one more before we start blocking off the main intersection. So we're gonna have to start adding more coal loading bays if we continue the direction we are going. But anyway. Alright. We'll start building things. So, this is a raw materials station, so I'm going to curve it the same way. Boom. Okay. I'm going to do the same triple station design. Except I'm going to leave a lot more space around them, I think. Maybe not a lot more space. Double the space. How's that sound? Okay. Now, that should be plenty. Go back here and set up signals. Chain signals in. I really wish you could put a signal right there, just saying. But anyway. Standard signals out. Chain signals in. In this case, we use a chain signal to go out as well. We don't want to block any part of the whole intersection. Okay. Now, there we go. Standard signals. Boom, boom, boom. Then chain signals. Boom, boom, boom. Same way. All right. Mini locomotives. 1, 2, and 3. In addition, mini cargo wagons. 1, and 2, and 3. And then the other minis. Okay, beautiful. Now, I didn't bring any fuel up here, so I can't fill them up. I could reduce the length of the trains probably by 1 block without creating any adverse effects. Maybe. I'm not going to, though. This is short enough. Alright, let's bring some power over here so we have some lights. Oh, that's right, I got rid of all those. Or I didn't get rid of, but stopped carrying around in my inventory. Okay. Lovely. Next is... Well, let's grab military 2 because it's super cheap. We'll grab automation 2 because it's relatively cheap and very useful. And then... I'll think about it when we get there. Okay, now. I would really like to unload off both sides of the train. However, that's almost certainly not going to be possible. For the inner train, at least. The outer train, we maybe can do it. For both sides. Well, if we can't do it, then there's no point in making this setup. Okay, let me think about this. If I use long-handeds, then I can run the heat more easily. And long-handeds are not much slower than fasts. And actually, in that case, I could run all 4. Not sure why I didn't think of that before. Because you can do this. And we can do funny tricks with splitters, loading into splitters. Are long-handed the way? ...432 degrees a second. 864 degrees a second. Okay. I thought they were faster than that. They are faster than normal inserters, but not by a whole lot. Yeah, both those researches were really fast. Let's grab... Logistics 2 is a big one. If I'm going to build a belt factory, then we might as well make it for red belts. Solar energy is completely worthless. We'll probably have to research it anyway to unlock some of the personal armor bullcrap. But we'll see. Military science we want available. Heavy armor I want. Radar I want. Let's just queue up a bunch of research right now. Landfill. Engines. Walls I don't care about. Lab speed I don't really care about. Weapon shooting speed 2 would be nice, I suppose. Okay. So that's one possibility for unloading into a belt. The other possibility is the good old 2 with heat on either side thing. There isn't anything I can do to make that more efficient, is there? Let's do a quick test. Okay, yeah. The blue is exactly as fast as 2 reds. That's what I thought. Okay, but that does tell me that having 2 blues unloading is the same as having 4 red. Which means it comes down to which is going to be the easier to build and manage. Which is probably the reds. Let's face it. Although, actually, can I do better than that? I could probably replace the end red inserter with a blue, and that would give us the equivalent of 5 inserters. Can I replace any? Can I squeak any others in? I don't think so. But this would technically probably be the most inserters I could fit on the side of a 4-long wagon. If I had to guess. It would give us the equivalent of 2.5 blue inserters. Which is not great. Not great. But it's better than nothing. Particularly if we repeat it on the other side. Now, of course, that brings up the problem of how do we unload the coal train. And I think the way to unload the coal train is to move the coal train backwards. So it's not conflicting with the others. It should fit without obstructing the signals, which means we can then... I don't think it's going to fit in over here. Yeah, not quite. So you either have to move these ahead a couple tiles, which I'm not completely adverse to. Also, did you know that you can drive trains without fuel in them? Not very much, mind you, but a little. Because I knew that at some point, and I forgot about it until I tried it without thinking just now. Okay, so that's pretty optimal. Okay. There we go. Now. And put the same thing on the other side. And then we don't need anything nearly as impressive for unloading coal. So actually, I think I'm going to unload coal directly into a chest. And then from that chest directly into the heating tower. And we're going to do it on the upper side. Okay. I can sneak this out through here. Alright, who's yelling now? Stronghold 2, it looks like, maybe? Or is it Stronghold 1? Either way, one of the strongholds is low on ammo. So let's run past the ammo manufacturing machineries. And let's grab some ammo after we top off their supply of steel, or iron, I mean. We'll let it store 300 for now. Okay, which one is it? It must be 1. Yep, it's definitely 1. Okay. Alright. Oh, it's sleeping because all the other coal trains are full up, so it's waiting for... Okay. I see. How dare you eat my turrets? Those were nice turrets, you bastards. Alright. Other efforts temporarily put on hold while we put in another bastion, apparently. We'll put it over here. Right about there-ish. And tasty too, apparently. Apparently. Grab some supplies. Okay, you go there. I don't have any of those. I don't have any of those. I don't have one of those. I don't have enough of those. Okay. Well, now at least we can see. Need another one of those. Okay. Yeah, shut up. Okay, let's go get some power rocks. And more ammo if I can find some. Alright, that should defrost and start defending the base shortly. So we've got one turret cluster here, one there, and one up here. There are no defenses on this side of the base. Not really. There's a small couple turrets scattered around. There's some there. I should put some over here at least. Anyway. Alright, anyway. Next on the things to do list is continue working on the building supplies factory, I guess. Okay. Now. Oh yeah, this needs to be wired up still. You enable disable when E is less than. Oh, let's do this at 200 right off the bat because it's going to have quite a ways to go. Alright, you read temperature. I should go get some coal. Or I could just set up another coal train. Yay, you're a coal train. Go forth. And get me coal. After I go get you some fuel so you can move. Where did that other half stack of coal I had go? I didn't just put the full stack in here, did I? No? Well, then where the hell did the whole half stack of coal I had in my... Did I just eat it? Well, anyway, go to coal loading, please. I swear I grabbed a full stack of coal. Maybe I didn't. Oh, I need to grab a coal station too. There we go. I should summon a coal train. Now. Let's set this one up to read temperature. And we'll have it start yelling at a 50. Why aren't you leaving? Oh, you're not full. Okay. Okay. Obviously, I can't yell very loudly with no power, so we'll just leave that alone for now until we actually get some coal up here. I should go increase our coal production, maybe? Or I should grab the new station blueprint and slap it onto the side of this to load it faster. Okay, we need more coal production. They're chewing on the walls. Yeah, we've removed several miners worth already. I'm going to go ahead and do this the somewhat bad way. Of course, I don't have the supplies. Okay, there we go. Where am I going to run this? Am I out of medium power poles again? Apparently. Well, let's make some. And I'm also out of underground belts. Okay. That should cover all of them. Now, we need to run an underground over here. Someday I'll be done building. I'm kind of surprised by how little we've been attacked. It felt much more hectic the last time around. Probably a good thing though, because I'm spending a lot more time trying to get stuff built. Constantly worrying about keeping everything heated. I probably should just make some more weapons and get a bunch of turrets and ammo built and then head out, try to push them out of my pollution cloud and just leave it at that. But oh well. Okay, we can get heat from over there. Let's go ahead and merge it in with a splitter. Actually, it's only filling half a belt right now, so I don't care about splitter. Let's just get it working first. Okay. Let's get another electric mining drill, because we have space for one. Okay. Lovely. Now, we're still not producing enough coal to load these fast enough, I don't think. But we're producing coal to load them a lot faster. Now we need armed trains. I think there are mods that add trains that have turrets on them. I don't remember if they can shoot while they move or not. However, yeah, I don't know. Might be interesting. Might not be. I just like the tiny trains, or the mini trains, because they are small, so you can build little tiny stations for them, and so they're really well suited to the early game. Once you start doing train shenanigans faster. I just wish that the game's rail system would support narrow gauge. You know, 1 tile wide track, basically. Because it'd be really cool to have mini trains that were narrow gauge. Tighter turning radius. Particularly if dual gauge track was added. That'd be interesting too. I probably never used dual gauge track, even if it existed, except for short sections, but Oh well. How are the various coal trains doing? There's one there. There's one there. Okay, so this is the spare coal train. Everything's more or less going how it's supposed to. Mini train with a tank cannon? That would be interesting. I think you'd rather just have a tank, though. Trains are a massive liability in a war. They're better than not having trains. Sort of. If you have good roads instead of trains, then you're sitting pretty, provided you have the vehicles to use on those good roads. If your logistics are expected to go down rail and nothing else because your roads are shit, then you're going to have a problem because railroads are very bombable. Even by World War II, it was starting to get to be a bit of an issue, shall we say, which is why we have the interstate highway system. Various generals came home after the war and were like, yeah, you know those train things? How about we don't do that? They actually kind of suck. But anyway. Because a road is much easier to repair. You can show up with a couple idiots and a dump truck and a backhoe and have the holes filled in a road pretty quickly. You finished BA on the games? You're here to hang now? Oh, you monsters. How dare you finish BA when I had other things going and couldn't be there. Now how am I get my torso? I'm sure there'll be other BA events. Okay. High gambles are worth? That sounds like your opinion. Okay. They're eating my turrets again. Hey, get away from those. Those are the emergency turrets you're not even supposed to pay attention to. Okay, clearly we need to add another defensive bastion down here. Let's go grab some supplies and come down here and make the stuff needed. You know, like 30 snapdragons from your first one? That's pretty good. However, it's like any other form of gambling. You have to be lucky. How's the new Factorio update? There isn't a new Factorio update. I'm playing a modded run of the, well, I guess it depends on how you define new. I'm playing Space Age, but we're still on the initial planet and we're still very firmly in the early game. Things are a little bit modded. For example, if I was to just say place a turret in the middle of nowhere, you mouse over it, it says there in the top corner, it's marked red, little red light on it, says it's not working because it's frozen. Anything that isn't heated will not function. So I have to run heat pipes to everything. And those heat pipes then have to be connected to a heating tower, which burns fuel to provide heat. This is a vanilla mechanic, or space age mechanic. Oh, who's out of ammo? The northern one, okay. Oh, those turrets are both dead too. Oh yeah, I remember now. Those. Wait, why aren't you AC? The inserter wasn't placed. Okay, well, it's a good thing I noticed that. Anyway. This mechanic only shows up on the final, I think, planet. Alright, let's give him a bit of ammo. Looks like the fuel situation's okay. Let's see. Oh, who's eating what now? All the biters decided to show up at once, apparently. I see. Well, that would have been much worse if I hadn't just fixed it. I need to start getting walls on all this stuff too. I should have done that a while ago, but... Who needs ammo now? That one. Okay. Well, I guess that makes sense. Okay. Anyway. Let's get a new stronghold in down here. And then I need to work on walls so I can put walls around all of these for now. I really want walls around the base as a whole, but that's not going to happen for a good long while. That's expensive and requires lots of turrets. Okay, what do I need? Two of you, one of you. Lamps I have. No, lamps I don't have. I used them all up. Alright. Power poles. Okay. Got that. Okay. Alright. That should be good. Now let's go ahead and put this in. Right about there is a good spot. Use medium power poles instead of the crappy ones. Yeah, so each of these little ammo bases, or not, each of these little turret bases has a heater core in the middle, basically. Which I need to go grab some fuel for right now. Okay, you get a stack to start. The rest goes in there. Okay. And of course, lights so I can see my demise coming. It's gonna start honking about ammo in a second. Let's go see if we can grab some from the ammo manufacturing machine, which needs an upgrade probably soon, but not urgently. The attacks are starting to slowly ramp up, so... where'd the ammo go? Down to there, okay. Yeah, it's gonna start honking again in a minute. Alright, let's make walls. And I just realized I had some science packs in here, so let's go get rid of those. This place is some of the worst spaghetti you've ever set eyes on. Because I have to get these heat pipes wormed around everything, and heat pipes do not have an underground variant. Means heat pipes always have the right of way. It leads to issues. Alright, come on, shut up already. Nobody cares about your problems. Yeah, I need more turrets on each of these, but getting more turrets in is going to be a problem, because... well... I could move the power poles to the corners. And then I could bring the heat out and up and down the front here. And that would give me a couple more turrets on each side. No, because I'd have to collapse that upward. I'd have to redesign this if I wanted to fit more turrets around the center. Anyway. Let's try to go dump some more ammo in it and see if that'll shut it up. It won't, because the belt's empty, but... it's getting close to the point where it'll shut up. Walls. I made a bunch of them. Let's start placing them around these things. Cheap and terrible single thick walls, but they're a whole heck of a lot better than nothing, which is what we'd have otherwise. Alright, ammo production. How are you doing? We're gonna have to upgrade to red ammo soon too. Which is expensive. How much metal do you have left? Okay, you should probably get more. I don't really have the space to rearrange this with better quality loaders. I did end up designing a better loader than this one. Not much better, but a little better. Okay, that might be enough to make it be quiet. Nope, we're one short. The first time biters show up, it will immediately start honking again with this little ammo in it, but at least it shall be blessedly silent for a few minutes longer. In the meantime, give that a little bit of armor. Okay. This one's going to need armor too soon, probably. And I should add one over here, and maybe one here and here. Probably. Maybe one there. Because who knows what's out here as far as biter nests. What's the evolution factor? Point 15. I don't remember what point spitters start appearing. But it can't be that far off. Let's ask Google. I almost started typing OSRS to prefix my search. That is not what I'm looking for. Factorio. Spitter evolution. Okay. Greater than 0.25. Okay. That's kind of what I thought, but I wasn't sure. It's nice to know. For sure, that we have a bit of time before we have to worry about spitters. I remember the last time around, things were going pretty okay. And then the spitters arrived. And then it became a long, desperate scramble for quite a while. But that's partially because I was using cliffs for natural walls, and so there were a lot of things that were built up against the cliffs. And the spitters showed up outside those cliffs and were like, oh, hi. It would sure be a shame if someone spit all over your stuff. And so I lost large swaths of the factory to that. Not really large swaths, but like the science build was built on a little plateau that had a narrow entrance and all the defenses were at the entrance. And the spitters showed up not at the entrance and destroyed it. Yeah, fun times were had by all. Add another light over there. Okay. Alright, we should get back over to working on this. I don't have any materials, though. We better go grab some. I really need to get another iron and copper train so they can be sitting here loading instead of the current system. Can I afford another train? Or two? Two would be good. It'll take a little bit of crafting, but yes, I can. Alrighty. Can't wait until the we have a production loop going. Until there's belt factories, inserter factories. It's going to be interesting trying to build all that stuff. Okay, let's take a shipment of ammo. Do that new block of turrets. That should be enough to last for a little while. This block just got attacked. Nobody made it close enough. How much? Yeah, you got plenty of ammo. Okay, good deal. Okay. I need a little bit of fuel. All right. Somebody's out of ammo. You go load copper, you go load iron. It must be bastion number 1. Okay. That place is getting hit harder and harder and harder as time goes by. We need to get flamethrower turrets and stuff going somehow. Better, I could probably go down there and wipe out this nest. That might make things a little easier. But also that would jump my evolution factor a lot, so... No. I want spitters to hold off for as long as possible. Let's get fluid handling because we'll need that soon. We'll grab oil gathering. And we'll also grab fluid wagon because that's all stuff we're going to need. Flamethrower is behind oil processing and flammables. Yeah, they need to get a pump jack going before we can get to flamethrowers. By flamethrowers, we definitely want to be producing walls in industrial quantities. I could, if I moved this power pole, I could probably fit an assembler in here to build walls. Let's do that. There we go. You go there. You go there. Boom, you go there. We'll get like 500 stockpiled. You make walls. Okay. We'll keep the rest of our stone bricks because we'll probably use them to make furnaces and shit like that. Getting all of this coal out of here is going to be a nightmare because of how much of a mess this area has become. I'll have to tear most of this out and redo it probably. That's the other thing. Everything just becomes spaghetti. Even if it'd otherwise be relatively simple, just because of how much heat pipe you have to run everywhere. The spaghetti is inescapable. All right, now grab some more iron. And let's go over to the new area. I did bring some coal, okay. Alright, let's charge this up a little bit. It should unfreeze its own loader pretty soon. Okay, maybe I was a little bit optimistic about how much it would take. Oh well, it would help if I provided them with power. Okay, that'll quiet down eventually when it reaches the right temperature. That's the under 50 degrees alarm. Okay. It's such a silly design for a train unloader. Alrighty. And then you, unfortunately, cannot go through there because of the station. It'll have to go this way. Alright. Can't quite get across that. One jump. We'll have to do two. Alright. Now. We need to get these trains to go load up. So. First of all, I need to move over there so I can see the station. This is where radar would be handy, but also radars cost power, and I don't want to waste it right now. Okay, you need a train limit of 2. And you also need a train limit of 2. Because we have 2 loading bays. There's 1 loading bay for each, iron and copper. Okay. You're really not supposed to be going there right now, dude. Oh well. Let's go fuel these trains so they can get out of here. Oh wait. You are set, right? Yeah, train them at 1. Okay, good. Okay, go to iron loading. You go to copper loading, get these idiots off the main line. Oh, they're deadlocked. Why are you deadlocked? That's a chain signal. Wait, is this? Shouldn't be. It shouldn't be sticking out past these signals. Okay. Yeah, that's a signal. Okay, that fixes it. I think it's these signals that are just a bit too tight. Damn it. Well, we can get these two out of the way at least. Not going to unblock the main line. Yeah, that's got to be it. Okay. Let's remove that for now. So I can remove these signals. Oops. Now. I should be far enough. Okay, well that's definitely good. And these can go up a little bit, it won't hurt anybody. Okay. There's copper train. We should get another coal train here soon. There we go. And then an iron train should show up. Alright, so those signals were cutting it a little too close, but by reverting them, everything is going to function. Oops, what did I just delete? You. Be not deleted. Alright, let's go take a look over here. We have an empty iron train waiting. We have a filling iron train waiting. Okay. I really need to make these stations load faster somehow. There's not the space to do it. Which means we need to build better furnace arrays. Soon, TM. Are we running low on power? Yes, we are. Okay. Let's go fix that problem. That's why the lights are flickering. Okay, let's clean this mess up a little bit. Get 2 more boilers, 4 more steam engines. Go ahead and get a pump jack. I need to go search for oil soon, TM. Actually I don't want the pump jack yet. Oh, I need to build pipes. I need 2 pipe to grounds, 1 standard pipe. Okay. No. 2 standard pipe. There. I'll put in an extra pipe to ground. We can have a walk-through space here. Instead of being stuck, unable to move. Okay, you go there, you get 1 space and go there. That goes there. Heat runs across to there. Like so. Need an underground. That'll go there. Get rid of this shit. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, that'll work. No input fluid. Oh, these pipes of ground are frozen. Alright. No, what are you doing? Don't build that. Build that. There we go. Now, in a second, we can add a couple more lights to this area. Make it all nice and bright. A lovely, cheerful place for the whole Biter family. How much power are we actually spending on lights at this point? 299 kilowatts. We're spending almost as much on lights as we're spending on labs. We're spending more on lights than we're spending on any one type of inserters. Okay. Well, I guess it can't be helped. After all, if we turned all the lights off, it would be pretty hard to figure out what's going on anywhere. There's a lot of Factorio games where I never build a single lamp. And now here we are. the actual lamp apocalypse. Alright, so we've got iron deliveries, we've got copper deliveries, we've got coal deliveries over here. It's time to start actually building this production area. However, it is 10:56, so we'll do that tomorrow. Go ahead and save the game. There's the mods I'm using, by the way. Frozen Novice is by far the biggest one. The rest of them are all just minor things to make it sort of sane. Like electric poles without wood could have turned off all the trees. And the night challenge, which makes it so that it's never daylight. But anyway. We will continue that tomorrow. It's definitely a unique way to play Factorio. Rather interesting. I did not expect the final boss to be heat pipes, but also at the same time, I did kind of expect the boss to be heat pipes. It's just a bossier boss than I expected in some ways. It is definitely completely changing the way that I would design things. There is no just stamp out a simple design you've done a million times before, because it won't work. Which is cool. Such a small change comparatively. But anyway, I am going to go play with computer parts for a few hours, I think. Everything except the KVM is here, and I don't exactly need a KVM to assemble the system, so it's time to start unpacking things and putting them together, I think. Hopefully it all works. It's very unlikely I'll use it to stream tomorrow, because I do have the capture card. I would have to set up a different monitor to use with this computer, probably. I don't know. It'd be inconvenient, let's put it that way. And also, I don't think I have a flash drive lying around here to install Linux with, so I'll have to see what I can scrounge up in that direction. But anyway, one way or another, tomorrow will be more Factorio. Monday should be more Crab Champions. I haven't seen anything that indicates that the beta will be ready by then. But hope springs eternal. Tuesday and Wednesday, probably RuneScape. We'll see. Thursday, of course, will be more Dawn of War. And Friday will be EDF. Hopefully. And likely next weekend will also be more Factorio, but we'll see. For tonight, though, let's see. Is there anyone streaming anything on the old follow list? It sure doesn't look like it. Okay. Well, that is depressingly common. I don't think we'll raid anybody. Hopefully, I see you all back here tomorrow for more frozen shenaniganry. And I will see you all later. Good night. And Goodbye.